bpm.net. Trip hop, chill out, dub, down tempo, codziennie aktualizowany serwis, najświeższe recenzje, wywiady, artykuły, najspokojniejszy portal w sieci 80bpm.net.
Płyta pod patronatem Radia Rewers.
Širokač. Mám jeden.
Hej,
No.
zoberiem si.
Dobre. To len trošku zase musíme toto dneska. Sranda. Všade. Slovo si použil. Ešte rokač? Dobre, otvor túto kabelu a vedľa môjho dlhého skla priehradky. Skladno, to je život.
Hello everyone. Hi. My name is Robert Vaš and I'm the Executive Vice President of the Slovak Atlantic Commission and the Central European Strategy Council. I'm not opening this conference right now. It will be the privilege of Ambassador Rastislav Káčer, who is the President of the Central European Strategy Council. But we've been preparing this conference for months, and every year we try to be as innovative as possible. We try to bring you new innovations, new things to Globsec conference. And our policy is that once we raise the bar into a certain level, we never go down, and we want to move it further. So before the official start, I would like to ask one of our partners from SpotMe, with whom we developed an application which you can download in your mobile phones, and it can be an interactive debate during the panel. So you can vote and you can pose questions. You can have the agenda in your mobile phone. So Duncan, please, could you introduce the application for everybody for a few minutes, and then I would ask Ambassador Káčer to open the conference. Thank you very much, Duncan.
Thank you very much, Robert, and very good afternoon to you all. I'm Duncan Suster, and I'm from SpotMe, and we're delighted to be at Globsec 2014 and to be providing the mobile event app for this event. SpotMe is the world's leading mobile event app company, and our mission is very simple: to help enhance the overall event experience. And if you have not already done so, you can download the SpotMe app on your Apple or Android device. And if you do not have one, please contact the registration team, who would be only too pleased to loan you one. They'll also be here to provide support to you throughout the conference and answer any questions you have. As Robert mentioned, during Globsec you can use SpotMe to manage your agenda, share feedback, interact with one another, and take an active role in all the discussions and debates we have. Navigating SpotMe is easy and intuitive, and all functionality can be accessed from the home screen and by hitting the SpotMe icon in the corner of your device. Two activities we'll be using routinely during this conference are Q&A and voting. You can use the post a question function to submit questions at any time, and you can also submit these anonymously. We will also be using voting routinely to understand your disposition towards various key topics. Both SpotMe and Globsec believe in 100% participation, so we're keen to now get you all started and involved in using this voting functionality now. So those of you who have downloaded the device or borrowed one, please get your devices out now. I'm shortly going to ask you, as you do that, for your response to a simple question, which is, should we have a stronger EU? And as people get their devices ready, I can see a number of you doing so. I'm going to start and give you 15 seconds from now to answer this question. So, should we have a stronger EU? 1 for yes, and 2 for no. Okay. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, and we've got the results coming through now. So we've got a very, very strong consensus in the room, and I'm sure this will be explored more fully as the conference continues. So thank you all very much. I hope you enjoy your Spot Me enabled event experience, and I wish you all a very pleasant and enjoyable conference.
Now it's spot on me. Let me invite ministers, Minister Lajčák and Minister Martoni, to maybe join me on the floor for the beginning, since I hand them over very quickly the word. And I want to be very brief and very technical. My name is Rastislav Káčer. I'm an honorary president of Slovak Atlantic Commission and the Strategy Council. And it's my immense honor and a great pleasure to welcome you all here. I want to welcome not only old friends, but new friends. But you saw the voting out there, whether you've been participating here. I would guess that equally like we want strong EU, most of you has been participating here, but warm welcome to all of new friends. Special welcome, of course, to Visegrad Prime Ministers who are joining us soon, plus Prime Minister of Montenegro, Đukanović. This year we have 5 Prime Ministers. On the late minute, Prime Minister Jaceňuk apologized. We got more than 15 foreign defense and other ministers around. I'm not going to pick all name by name, but still it's a special privilege to welcome Minister Lajčák of the host country and Minister Martoni, co-chair of the event, who is also acting here on behalf of the Hungarian presidency. And let me tell you that they set a presidency bar very, very high. Congratulations, Minister Martoni, on your presidency, and I think this will be a challenge for Slovakia to take over in July, and thank you very much for your support to Globsec. Let me also welcome formally Secretary General of NATO, who is coming in a few minutes' time, Secretary Chirtov, Secretary Ray, General Allen, George Friedman, many people who are extremely important. Let me stress that what I find one of the most important things is that we managed to move Globsec to a substantial regional platform on exchange on security, defense, foreign policy, economic issues, and all other agenda which is related to strategic affairs. And this year is special. This year is special in many ways. Not only this is 9th Globsec, we tend to look at, this is, I'm 49, so the last 4th digit. This is the last single digit, which looks good, you know, and I hope we will be able to swing to 10 next year with a success. But we got 10 years of NATO for Slovakia and 7 new members, and a lot of new members of EU of 10 years, 15 years of NATO for Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. But most of all, 25 years of freedom for all of us here in Central and Eastern Europe, where we celebrate the Iron Curtain and the Berlin Wall falling down. But we thought that these 25 years of freedom is just a smooth way, and this will be forever. Here at Globsec, we've been always telling freedom, democracy, security, it's never granted. You have to work this out always. This is a process. We have to care. Some of us who were telling that we are not secure, there are challenges, we're called paranoics. Well, we come to the year where all of those paranoia and all of those paranoics may seem not that paranoid at all. And Globsec could not be more topical at the time when we see Ukraine in a crisis and Europe, I think, overall challenged in security like for a long time we haven't been. We have also 100 years of World War I, which is a strong reminder that Europe can go wild and has been wild many times. Doesn't mean that we cannot go wild again, and we should do everything to prevent that. The last thing I want to tell you, Globsec, of course, it's partnership. It's friends, it's participants, but also those who make it happen. And I want to thank cordially on behalf of all organizers to all who supported this. First of all, Slovak Foreign Ministry and Hungarian Foreign Ministry, Visegrad Presidency, Visegrad Fund, who is doing a tremendous job, I think. It's becoming a great tool for all of us in Visegrad, a strategic tool of Visegrad cooperation. And of course, I cannot but thank also NATO for their continuous support to Globsec. We could not do it also without our corporate partners. I'm delighted, as always, and every year to mention BAE System, who's been with us since the beginning, Saab, Raytheon joining on the top of the partnership, and BMW becoming, I think, inseparable part of image of Globsec and very dear and valued partner. In addition, let me mention Pearson Polish Institute, MOL Group, Microsoft, BHP Properties, Meets Systems, but also VRM, a Slovak company, which is particularly dear to me because it's a great success story of a smart company, very successful out of a small country. Dear participants, welcome again. And now let me put the spot on Minister Lajčák as the host minister, and then I'll kindly ask Minister Martin to say a couple of welcoming words. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rastro. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Bratislava. It's an honor for me to open Globsec this year, and I would like to extend our warm welcome to all of you. It's pleasant and nice to see so many friends, so many familiar faces, so many of you have been coming to Globsec for so many years now, but I would also like to welcome those who are joining our Globsec family for the first time this year. And I have to say, in my second capacity as the Minister for European Affairs, how pleased I am with the voting, because I'm going to speak about the European Union as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of Slovakia's independent statehood. This year, Globsec is marked by the 10 years of our membership in the European Union and in NATO. These anniversaries precisely define the current phase of Slovakia, our independence and our belongingness. A young, independent, modern country that is firmly anchored in the very core of the European Union and NATO, a member of the clubs which believes in solidarity but requires responsibility. This is Slovakia today. So please welcome and enjoy Slovak hospitality, as well as new ideas that Globsec certainly will, as always, generate. A year ago, we were in the midst of much uncertainty regarding the future of the Eurozone and the European project as such. Prime Minister Fico, in his Globsec speech here a year ago, promised that Slovakia would be an integral part of the efforts to stabilize Eurozone, that we will contribute to this effort by bringing down our deficit below the threshold required by the Stability and Growth Pact. And we did stick to that. Slovakia has been participating in all measures aimed at stabilizing the Eurozone, and our deficit was 2.77% of our GDP last year. And what's more, our common European efforts were successful. Tools to save and improve the EMU have worked well. Eurozone has regained stability. Last year, governments in the Eurozone cut their budget deficit to an average of 3% as compared to 3.7% a year before. Financial markets calmed down. No one questions the survival of euro anymore. And it's on the highest level. Some even think it's too high. And both the EU and the Eurozone emerged from recession last year. Of course, the 10th anniversary of our EU and NATO membership gives us an opportunity to look further back than just 1 year. These days we are recalling not only our successful transformation story, but also the contribution of both NATO and the European Union to consolidation of post-war Europe and the benefits this has brought to our citizens, to their security, freedoms, prosperity. Of course, the enlargement processes did not automatically resolve all the problems in Europe, and we are aware of existing challenges. As far as the European Union is concerned, we need to keep the club of 28 and possibly more in the future operational and responsive, not only to global trends, but also to internal developments and to growing multitude of interests of our member states and our citizens. Keeping citizens' interests on our radar screen is essential, yet becoming more and more difficult. The larger the European Union is, the more democratic legitimacy it needs. We need to improve EU legislation so that it works in favor of EU competitiveness, rather than as an ammunition for Eurosceptics or anti-EU populists. And last but not least, promoting unity versus multi-speed Europe become a crucial rudder of successful integration. In general, the European Union faces two types of challenges. First are the ones which come as a result of integration itself. I would call them integration challenges, such as the completion of economic and monetary union, democratic deficit, or the EU single voice in the world affairs. And second are the ones that are derived from structural problems in individual member states, such as unemployment, marginalization of Roma community, or the currently topical issue of energy security. I would call these structural challenges. Let me give you two examples. First, efforts to stabilize Eurozone, either through financial support to individual countries or by creating permanent stability mechanisms such as the EMU, increased the pressure on solidarity between member states and required deeper integration. We speak about fiscal union, we speak about banking union. So it's the EU institutions who have been and should remain in the main driving force for these integration challenges, as they are often accompanied with an opposition or lack of will on the side of the member state. Secondly, on the level of exposure to threats in energy security is a very relevant example of structural challenges. It is not the result of integration itself, but of given conditions in respective countries. In a changed geopolitical environment, member states themselves are becoming more active and require engagement on the EU level. Compared to the previous example, it's the member states who have been and should remain the frontrunners in addressing such structural challenges, even if the European Union is asked for additional tools. We tend to have expectations that the European Union will provide solutions for all challenges we face. But of course, this is only one side of the coin. We have to build fully functioning European Union in our own countries. The ability of member states to address structural challenges together, such as energy security, gives the European project essential viability and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, despite obvious problems, Slovakia's firm commitment to the EU integration and the guarantees resulting from being a member of the European family ensured that Slovakia has recently experienced one of the most stable periods in our history in terms of political, social, and economic stability. However, the current developments in Ukraine have brought a new element of instability to our direct neighborhood. Europe, as we have known it since the end of the Cold War, suddenly changed, and we are faced with two key questions. First, how to de-escalate the situation and to seek political solution for Ukraine. And second, what conclusions to draw for ourselves. I'll try to offer a couple of answers to these two questions. Regarding the first one, it has become difficult to follow, let alone to manage, quickly developing situation in Ukraine. However, one thing is clear. In Europe, in the 21st century, we cannot accept violation of international law without consequences, unilateral change of internationally recognized borders, dictating constitutional order from outside or violating it from inside, either through local unconstitutional referenda or by heavily armed militias without insignia. And of course, we cannot accept use of force or threat of use of force as means of settling conflicts. On the contrary, Ukraine should be a wake-up call for the whole of Europe. It's now quite clear that we were too complacent. We took too many things for granted. If we truly believe in a set of European values, if we have created a set of rules in Europe, and if we have established a system of institutions aimed at conflict prevention and conflict management, then this is the time to reaffirm our values. This is the time to defend our rules. And this is the time to utilize our institutions, such as the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, to help de-escalate tensions, Venice Commission, to help with the constitution and legislative reforms, High Commissioner for National Minorities, to help settling minority disputes, High Representative for the Freedom of Media, to help ensuring independent information flows and counter propaganda, and ODIHR to help with electoral process and building democratic institutions in Ukraine. Of course, the very basic precondition is that our common institutions will have full support of all the member states. Otherwise, the international system we have created after the Second World War and developed further after the Cold War will lose its meaning. Besides all these efforts, the Geneva Accord was a good attempt to move things forward, a good first step. Unfortunately, this accord apparently has not reached the green man in the eastern and southern Ukraine. However, if we want to find a political solution, we must give diplomacy a chance. We need genuine political talks to continue, both inside Ukraine and outside, on the international level. Here I want to express our support for the initiative and the four-point plan of the OSCE chairman in office. As President Burkhalter told us on Monday at the FAC in Brussels, it's not perfect, but it might work. Let's do all we can so it works, and that we are able to start an incremental political process. Slovakia has been helping Ukraine, even before the crisis, by organizing strategic dialogue with our Ukrainian partners. With our colleagues with Visegrad 4, we were among the first to visit Ukraine, not only Kiev, but also Donetsk immediately after the formation of the new government. We were helping Ukrainians to recover in the aftermath of Maidan, both through material assistance and medical treatment. We've been providing development assistance, sharing our expertise with Ukrainians, and of course being an integral part of all the efforts of the international community. And last but not least, 2 weeks ago, we successfully concluded the negotiations on reverse gas flow that will allow Ukraine to significantly boost its energy security. Today, Ukraine needs a clear political roadmap with free and fair presidential elections on the 25th of May as the first step. Immense reforms encompassing its constitutional order, judiciary, economic, social and political system, as well as its security sector. Full support of the international community and of the European institutions as mentioned above. And most of all, Ukraine needs a genuine nationwide dialogue. Regarding the second question about what conclusions to draw for ourselves, I want to stress that the Ukrainian crisis has also wider implications. We have to rethink our own policies. Firstly, the European Union must give serious consideration to its common security and defense policy. The discussions at the December summit came in the right time and needs to be followed up. Secondly, another area that has naturally came into focus of our attention is energy security. Central Europe had a wake-up call already in 2009, and we've made significant progress in interconnecting our energy infrastructures. And this has proven to be a very good investment in the light of current circumstances. Now, it is time to complete all ongoing projects and to evaluate what more shall we do to further improve our energy security. And thirdly, in the European Union, we need to seriously rethink our Eastern policies. In particular, we have to answer 2 questions: what to do with Russia and what to do with the Eastern Partnership. It is clear that relations with Russia cannot continue as a business as usual. At the same time, Russia must be a part of the solution. We did not manage to persuade Russia that the Eastern Partnership can be a win-win model. However, the current state of play is certainly a lose-lose situation. So the first precondition is that Russia itself will decide to play a constructive role. On our part, we have to keep the window of opportunity open. At the same time, we must maintain our ability to see the broader picture. There are more successful Eastern partners waiting for our clear answers, namely Moldova and Georgia. They expect and they deserve to be adequately rewarded for their good work. We shall not disappoint them. Ladies and gentlemen, at the same time it's clear that NATO remains the cornerstone of our European security. Due to the Ukrainian crisis, we can now more than ever fully comprehend the importance of NATO for Slovakia and for our region. The lesson is that we must not take our security for granted. Aggression against our borders remains unlikely, but we live in far more dangerous neighborhood than previously thought. A few months ago, the main worry in Ukraine was economic reforms and political freedoms. Today, part of its territory has been taken away, and yet more trouble seems in store. The line between peace and crisis in our part of the world has grown thinner. Under these circumstances, the alliance has had to react, and NATO did react. What's more, it reacted swiftly and efficiently. NATO ministerial in April agreed to relearn to anticipate crisis, re-examine its threat assumptions, and examine if NATO needs to reposition forces and equipment closer to sources of trouble in Eastern Europe. These decisions and the steps that followed to implement them made it crystal clear, I believe to everyone, that NATO is dead serious about defending its territory and that Article 5 is fully valid. The alliance is not looking for confrontation. It's doing what all responsible collective defense organizations do. It is responding to violence in its direct neighborhood, leaving no doubts that violation of NATO borders will not be tolerated. Slovakia, as a frontline country, is directly exposed to the crisis, and we are aware of our responsibilities. We understand what needs to be done to strengthen the security of our country and the alliance as a whole, and we are ready to carry our share of burden. We subscribe to all measures NATO has adopted so far. We are ready to further strengthen the existing and to support the new ones, if need be. We are also exploring avenues of bilateral military assistance to Ukraine, and Slovakia was the first country to provide humanitarian assistance to Ukrainian soldiers and their families resettled from Crimea. Increasing defense spending and capabilities will be a part of the solution. Each government, particularly in the European Union, has a responsibility to manage its finances prudently, so will need to act with great care. Nonetheless, the question today seems to be when, rather than if. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me state that Europe is emerging from the economic and financial crisis. It's not over yet, and we should not relapse to complacency. The 4 pillars to build a genuine EMU are still valid, and we should spare no effort to finish the work in all its complexity. At the same time, we have to face a new crisis, which is even more complex, for our own economic recovery. But development in the east of our continent have serious repercussions on all of us and on all aspects of our life. And what is even more important, it opens the very fundaments of the European architecture as we have known it. Good news is that both European Union and NATO managed to maintain their unity under different circumstances, as well as their ability to respond to the developments in timely manner. At the same time, the Ukrainian crisis should not consume all our attention. There are other challenges. There is the Balkans that needs a lot of work, and also on our side. In particular, the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina must get our close consideration as soon as possible. There are other serious issues where cooperation of the international community is absolutely crucial, namely Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, and I haven't mentioned Central African Republic, South Sudan, and many other conflict spots. However, Europe will first have to settle the issues in its own backyard. That's I'm convinced about. So I want to thank you for your attention. Let me wish Globsec 2014 a success, and I'm looking forward to our meetings, either in bilateral format or in the different formats of this conference. I wish Globsec success. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my first word is a word of congratulation and thanks to primarily to Rastislav and Miroslav for what they have done until now for Globsec. And also I would like to congratulate to Slovakia for this achievement. It seems to be now that Globsec is probably the most important flagship forum for discussing security issues, primarily but not exclusively from a regional perspective. I would like to focus upon the regional perspective primarily now, because I speak here on behalf of the rotating presidency of the Visegrad group, the 4 countries. And of course, we are now closing the end of our presidency. After 6 weeks, we'll hand it over to Slovakia. I was just thinking about next year's Globsec forum, where Minister Lajčák will be obliged to make 2 speeches, one after the other, consecutively, one on behalf of the host country, as it has been the case now, and of course the second on behalf of the V4 presidency, as Slovakia is taking over from us at the end of June. But clearly, this Globsec forum is also a very important contribution to increase the role, the weight, the influence, in a word, the voice of Central Europe, of Visegrad 4 in the European and the transatlantic policies. Now, mention has been made, and we have been referring quite frequently to the anniversaries this year. I don't want to get into that, but just one point perhaps. If you look at all these anniversaries, that is the storming of the Grande Guerre 100 years ago, and then the Holocaust, and then the systemic changes in this region, and the NATO expansion, and then the largest EU enlargement, which of course we usually call the reunification of Europe, you have the impression that maybe the world is becoming better. If you compare the first two with the last three, you come to the conclusion that maybe we are getting better. We are becoming somewhat better. We cannot take it for granted, as it has been just said. Because one word about the world. The world, maybe it's better, but it's changing. And we have to review at least two conventional wisdoms or tenets which we have been repeating for years and decades. One is that the world is flat, you know, rational, measurable, so therefore predictable. No, it's not. It's not predictable. It is highly unpredictable. And maybe the best case study here is the Ukraine, but I don't want to get into that because we'll have a panel separately immediately after these introductory speeches. But unpredictability is running high, and this is one more reason why we should settle some basic principles for ourselves, for our action in the future. Now, another often repeated tenet which needs to be revisited or reviewed is that the territory is irrelevant. Much has been said about the Westphalian model, which became obsolete and is no longer relevant, many people said and wrote, maybe at that time partially correct. And now we realize that territory matters. Good or bad news? Maybe it's not good, rather bad. But the news is that, yes, indeed, territory matters. Not because, or not only because food, water, energy, again, energy is linked to territory, but also because territory has re-become a security issue. And clearly for some countries, at least for one important country, security also means space, territorial space. So you may call it cordon sanitaire, or a range of countries which can be directly or indirectly dominated politically, economically, and militarily. Whatever word you use, it's clear that territory has become a security issue. And the conclusion is very simple, and this has just been said. Peace, stability, security cannot be taken for granted anymore. And even the basic mission of making Europe whole and free and peaceful has not yet been completed. And if territory matters, and if territory is a security issue, then what we Central European countries have been repeating for years now got a very strong justification, and this is that the core function of NATO is Article 5. Of course, there are so-called non-traditional risks so-called post-modern challenges. They are all relevant. They remain to be relevant, whether this is cyber war or energy security or many other things, but still security to core per se matters. And that is why we believe that Article 5 has now become much more relevant than it was in the last couple of years, and important conclusions, of course, will have to be drawn for that, for the alliance as a whole, but also for Europe, for the European Union. Mention has been made to the common security, common foreign and security policy, and also for Central Europe. Now, for Central Europe, the region. The region, no doubt, changed substantially, not only in the last 25 years, but also in the last 15 and 10 years. And our geopolitical and geoeconomic situation and position changed, again, I would say in a positive sense. The good news is that, for instance, the V4 countries now cooperate much better among themselves. Understanding, solidarity, cooperation increased in every respect and in many different areas. So the cohesion of the group strengthened significantly. And of course, I have no time here to list all the examples or demonstrations for that. Clearly, internally, we stick together much more than we did, let's say, even 10 years ago. Some people said more than 10 years ago that once you become members of the European Union, all that will be over, because it will be irrelevant. Now, it's just the opposite what happened, because now, of course, we have some new challenges, new tasks, new responsibilities, and this is inside the European Union. So that was the major change, I think, in the situation and in the position of Central Europe, primarily V4 countries, that from the outside we got inside. And now we are inside of the structures like European Union, like NATO, and that in fact increased our responsibility, which we gladly accept. If you listen to the speech of Minister Lajčák just a couple of minutes before, many of his suggestions related to the European integration process. What should be done, what can be done, how it should be done, because we are all involved now and we are aware of our responsibility. Even more, I believe that one of the major tasks for us, for V4 and for Central Europe, is that, yes, we want to make our voice heard much more strongly than it has been the case. I'm not complaining, because, of course, to be a new member is always different from being an old member. But what we would like to suggest, and what we insist upon, is that let's forget about the difference between old members and new members. Exactly. We are now just members, and we have the same responsibility, we have the same, let's say, mission to fulfill. That's what we are going to do. Now, just one word about V4. Because V4 also in the last couple of years, I believe, has become much stronger, as I said, not only internally, but also in its external relations. One thing is, of course, the so-called enlargement of V4. Many people suggested right at the beginning, more than 20 years ago, that V4 should be enlarged. Why don't we take some other countries in our neighborhood? It's still a lingering issue, but I believe that V4 is V4. It cannot be V5, it cannot be V6. It could be a Central European initiative with 18 members, of course, but we don't want it. So what can we do? Because there must be a compromise for that. And the result was that V4 has become gradually and progressively more and more open. And now we have these V4 plus formulas, which is not just the neighbors. It's, of course, primarily the neighbors. It's Western Balkans, quite clear. also in a European context. Enlargement is one of our priorities, as we all know. It's also the Eastern Partnership, case study, of course, now, a case in point. But now it has become even wider. It has become a kind of global concept, the V4 Plus, from the United States to Turkey, from Japan to Egypt, and I don't want to list all these countries. We do now have so-called V4 Plus structures and meetings on different levels, prime ministers, foreign ministers, defense ministers, energy ministers. And I think this is a demonstration that the V4 wants to be much more open and wants to be much more cooperative, not only in a regional context and not only in a European context, but also on a global context. And interestingly, people know about us. If you had asked people about, let's say, 20 or more years ago, nobody would have known what the V4 is. Now it has become a brand. Our visibility is much stronger. And of course, we are active in many different areas, civil society, and so on. So I fully agree with all those who say that V4 has an additional responsibility now. And this is not only to try to make a more important contribution to the shaping of Europe, European Union, Atlantic Alliance, but it is also to develop our defense capabilities. Of course, this is also an economic and a financial issue, but I think we all agree that something must be done in this area. And we are now all carefully considering how our defense capabilities could be improved and increased in the upcoming years. But as I said, we are also very active in the field of the European integration process. And Minister Lajčák already mentioned a couple of areas. My intention was to mention only two. Of course, there are many more. And one is no doubt the common foreign and security policy. Here in Central Europe, we feel the need much more than anywhere else that such a common policy will have to be deepened and strengthened. We also felt it a year ago. It's not a novelty, but because of the recent developments in the Ukraine, it's quite clear that we are more sensitive, and we have a fundamental strategic interest in the development and deepening of such a common policy, including, of course, the defense aspects as well. The second thing is, again, it's evident, it is energy. We have been talking about energy security for a long time. And we always discussed about the diversification of sources, routes, and so on. But now we realize that this is urgent. And this has become much more urgent than it used to be. My country has done quite a lot in the field of building up the so-called interconnections with other countries of the region. It's an exercise which is still going on. Just to give you one example, the Slovak-Hungarian interconnection will be operative in a couple of months. Technically, it is already there. The test period starts, I believe, in a couple of weeks. So, but also we will have to finalize a couple of things with regard to Romania, to Croatia, and so on. That is a cornerstone of the energy security of this region. And of course, we also have to use the existing facilities and possibilities. We already started this famous reverse flow to the Ukraine last year. We delivered more than 1 billion cubic meters for the Ukrainians. And this reverse flow is now going on, ladies and gentlemen. We restarted this on the 1st of May. So the quality is, of course, not huge, but it's still an important contribution to the energy supply that Ukraine now needs. So all in all, I would like to cut it short. In any case, we'll have a Ukrainian panel where we can elaborate a little bit more on the Ukrainian issues. The region, the V4. I think that now we are ready, indeed we are able to live up all our regional and indeed global responsibilities. And that's why Central Europe is on the map. And it's on the map and it is more visible, and also the voice of these countries, the V4 countries, are not just louder, but also, and that's my firm conviction, it is better heard. And if we achieve this, and if we can continue in the right direction, then of course our voice will be even more heard the next year or afterwards. And I think Globsec, no doubt, is an important contribution to this. Thank you very much.
Let me thank both of the ministers for the welcome. I'll ask Minister Martoni to stay on the floor, and let me spot the chairman, Nick Going, and let me ask him to take over the panel right away where we are. Here we are. And 4 panelists will take over. Minister Lajčák will address you later on. Thank you all again, and with no further break, we start. Mr. Going will be a tough moderator, I understand.
How do you know? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone here. What I'd like to do is, could I encourage us to have a little more light in here as well? Because what I'm going to do is convene here a brainstorming on Ukraine. Many of you will have ideas, and I'd like to be able to see who you are when you want to intervene. So whoever's got the finger on the light, could you possibly put it to a little higher than it is at the moment? Now, what you heard from Duncan earlier on about Spot Me is not just a gimmick, it's actually important. So 126 of you have signed up, and given the number of people here, thanks for the light, given the number of people here, it's a way of you putting onto the agenda ideas, issues, questions, and I can convene it. Could I encourage those of you who want to have conversations to move out of the room, please? I'm told I'm going to be a tough moderator. Can I force you out of the room in that case? We're running a bit over at the moment, so we're going to let this extend well beyond 3 o'clock. There are so many critical issues here about Ukraine. Let me just give you a personal note, if I could. I haven't just flown in from London today, and this is being my first time in Bratislava. I was first here during the darkest days of communism. And for me, it's wonderful to be able to drive straight from Vienna into Bratislava without having to stop at that pink border post where they wouldn't let me in, even if I had a visa. And I was here during the Velvet Revolution, and I was up at the castle when Mečiar and Havel divided up Czechoslovakia into 2 states. So for someone like me, hearing from the ministers about what the achievements are of Visegrad and the way this region is moving, is so critical, and one couldn't have imagined it in the middle of the 80s when I was an accredited correspondent, and it was a hopeless task being a correspondent then. But now we have Ukraine. And again, could I ask you to keep the noise down if you're having private conversations? There's plenty of coffee and water and other things outside, because I really do want to focus this on a spirit of brainstorming, and send those ideas in now, please. I can get them on my machine. I might come to you and ask you to give me an idea of what your thought is about what is happening in Ukraine. But it's difficult to follow, said the Deputy Prime Minister, let alone manage. How to de-escalate it? I think one thing we can say at the moment, it could be a lot worse. That's really, really uncomfortable. But remember what the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister said. We've had a wake-up call. We were too complacent. We took too much for granted. And that has to underpin where we are at the moment. And at this moment in Kiev, a round table is being convened to try to hear as many voices as possible, not every voice, of what is happening in the country and the way forward. Could it be peaceful? Can it be de-escalated? We'll hear more about that later, literally, as we're gathered here in Slovakia. Could we put the lights up again, please? Lights, please. Secondly, the paradox, 7 Ukrainian soldiers killed yesterday by RPGs in an ambush. At the same time, this roundtable debate going on, warnings of a civil war, but it is a low-level conflict at the moment, fortunately. But I want to introduce into this discussion at this stage what has been said by the interim Interior Minister. And he said yesterday, this is now an information war, quote, that they are waging against us. It's more dangerous than a bullet. We must answer back. The enemy fears this more than special forces. This is now, therefore, broadened considerably. And what we want to do is explore where we are today, where it might go in the future, and the future is tomorrow and the day after, quite apart from where we may be in several weeks and months, and what are the opportunities are. What does President Putin mean when he says he respects the referendum results last weekend? Let's get some insight on that. What is the nature of the Russian separatist demand at the moment? How deep is it? What are the political options to handle it now? Eastern Ukraine is not Crimea, different realities. Are sanctions on 70 leading figures in Russia beginning to have their own impact because of the way the president responded at the weekend to these ad hoc referendums? And if this is now the post-Cold War, what are the normative new realities that all of you and everyone in this region and beyond now has to face? And certainly for me, it is this reality that the way assumptions and calculations and assessments and analyses were made in the previous weeks are almost for the dustbin compared to the new realities faced. I was at the British Foreign Office yesterday, and there was an absolute confirmation of how difficult it was to really understand what was being intended from Moscow. So we need to re-examine assumptions. We're going to run beyond 3 o'clock, I hope. And what I hope as well is that we do have a voice from Moscow, even though official invitations were not given a positive response from Moscow. Can I check, Dmitry Trenin, director of the Carnegie Center, are you out there in Moscow? Yeah. Dmitry, it's nice to hear you. I can't see you yet, but I would like you to feel you can enter this discussion at any point here in Bratislava. Are you still there, Dmitry? All right, that's a redial, but at least we know he's there. But I want you to know that we do have a voice there in Moscow, and that's important to balance the arguments and the discussion here. In addition to Minister Martinu, who we've just been hearing from, we have Foreign Minister Rinkevich from Latvia. We also have Timothy Snyder. Tim, welcome. I haven't been able to see you because you got stuck in traffic, but welcome. Not least because of the work that you were doing about the reconstruction, your analyses of the reconstruction of Poland, of Ukraine, up to 1999. Therefore, the historical context and the analysis that you were able to put into it. And Oleg Rypachuk, who is chairman and co-founder of the Center UA from Kiev. He's been in banking, he's been in the finance industry, but he's also a leading figure in politics in Kiev. And we last met 3 weeks ago in Tallinn, examining the same things, but so much has changed in that time. Please remember to use your pad in front of you to help us focus this discussion, please. Dmitry, are you there still? All right, I tell you what, John, you tell me when he's there, and then I'll know whether to go to him. Let me first of all ask each of you for a short, sharp assessment, please. Minister, we've just heard from you. Let me go to Minister Rinkevich. What is your assessment of how things are moving at the moment on Ukraine? To contribute to this brainstorming, you had a Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels just 2 days ago.
Well, I think that what we have is certainly still Ukraine under attack, and it's Europe waking up, as I believe Minister Lajcak has said to that. And what we have seen is a mix of good and bad news. We see that OSCE
yes, please, thank you.
Prepared, has been endorsed also by Russia to some extent. At the same time, we see that things on the ground really do not change very much. So I have a feeling that we here are in a position where still we are talking, but still things are not moving in the right direction.
What is the right direction?
In my mind, the right direction would be that we could have, first of all, presidential elections held in all Ukraine. Preparations are well underway. And second, of course, that all those separatist groups that are currently in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast would stop fighting, and we would get some kind of political dialogue, including all regions, all parties in Ukraine. So we haven't seen that. Plus, of course, withdrawal of Russian troops from the Ukrainian border that has been claimed by Russia is happening, but we do not see real proof of that. So that would be my description for a short time moment, what is right thing or right direction.
Because already a thought here from Todd Lindberg, what does success in Ukraine really look like from here? Is success the same for Kiev as for the European Union and the US?
Well, you know, the success, the full success would be return of Crimea to Ukraine, stabilization of country politically, economically, and their own decision, Ukrainian decision, what kind of future they want. But this is, of course, a little bit a dream currently. So I would stick to the success where we have a certain political process, elections, as I said, upcoming elections is the first step. Political dialogue, economic reform, and here, of course, the EU can help. However, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Minister Martinu, the same questions to you. A success. What's your feeling of where we are today, particularly bearing in mind the FAC in Brussels on Monday?
Well, if you permit me a general remark, because I just would like to reflect briefly upon what has been said before. I was sitting here on the same chair 1 year ago, and we were discussing whether Eastern Partnership could become a win-win game or not. And we tried to explain why it should become a win-win game and it should not be a zero-sum game. And there was an understanding that we should do everything so that be the case. Now, it's not the case, clearly. And the real issue is that we do not know exactly what the objectives of Russia are.
Well, let's move on to that in a moment specifically, but do you have clarity in your mind or not?
I do not have a clarity on my mind because I still do not understand the objectives of the other side. And that's why I just try to refer to this, that we have a high degree of uncertainty and unpredictability even as far as developments this afternoon, because as you rightly said, the National Roundtable discussion just started half an hour ago, and we do not even know exactly who the participants are, and we know even less what will be the outcome of this afternoon or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We do not know what will happen in Donetsk and Luhansk. We do not know how the roadmap, which is, I believe, a very good one of OSCE, will work. There was, by the way, general understanding in the in the Foreign Affairs Council on Monday to support the OSCE roadmap, which is a good one. And the first point is stop the violence. Now, we do not know if violence has been stopped. It was not, in reality. Interesting things that peaceful demonstrations still seem to use the most sophisticated weapons. Somehow they manage to manufacture them. So violence is still going on. And that's why I believe that what we need to present now is a firmness and unity. And much has been said, for instance, about divergences among the 28 member states of European Union with respect to sanctions, restrictive measures, and so on and so on. But we always manage to come to a common conclusion. And that's exactly what happened on Monday, 2 days ago. We have common conclusions, and we maintain a unity which we will never give up. I mean, that's the main point here, that we have to have a strong stance. And clearly we have to insist to some of the basic principles, because it's not only about the Ukraine, it's not only about the region, it's about the global world order, about the basic rules and principles, how that global order functions, whether we abide by fundamental international obligations and laws or not. That is what is at stake here. And that's, I believe, makes us all directly concerned in this.
Minister, thank you. Dimitri, can you hear me now? Are you up on Skype at the moment? All right, Dimitri, I hope you're hearing the discussion going on. All right, well, I will simply just rephrase what Minister Martinu has said, which I think underpins everything in this discussion. What are the What are the intentions of the other side, as the Minister put it? Is there clarity from you in Moscow? This can happen any day. All right, well, we're not... Is there any other Russian representative here in the audience who would like to... Any other delegate here who could maybe help Minister Martinu understand what the intentions are of the other side? Yes, please. Could I get a microphone down here, please? Dimitri, thank you for putting your jacket on. Are you ready to speak to me now? Well, thank you for putting your jacket on. Does that improve the volume? Let me come to you, please. Microphone, please.
So I cannot talk
Could you introduce yourself,
Okay,
please?
my name is Andrei Larionov. I'm senior fellow at the Cato Institute, and I spent about 6 years as a chief economic advisor to Mr. Putin in early year 2000s. So I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of the Russian government and Russian authorities right now, and I am not in charge of it, but seems to me I have some clarity about what is the plan. And actually, it's necessary to read and to listen to Mr. Putin and to his friends all these days, and at least for last year. What we're doing right now is not Ukrainian crisis. It's not crisis in Ukraine. This is a Russian-Ukrainian war. To be correctly, this is Mr. Putin's war against Ukraine. And this war is only one chapter in much larger conflict that is being launched on July 27, year 2013, by the speech of Mr. Putin in Kyiv. This is what is being called by Russia propaganda people, Fourth World War.
But can we go back to that question? What are the intentions at the moment?
The main intention, not at the moment, but strategic, is to produce divide in the West between Anglo-Saxon world and continental Europe, to create alliance between Russia and continental Europe on one side against Anglo-Saxon world, meaning United States, United Kingdom, and so-called front states, 3 Baltic countries and Poland.
Is it going according to plan in your view?
At this moment goes everything perfectly.
Fine, everything going perfectly. Oleg, what is your view from Kiev? No doubt you'd like to be at the round table, but what is your view about particularly the operations in eastern Ukraine, whether for the interim government to have done this is the correct thing to do and is going to work?
And the way is not very typical Russian voice, but here I mostly agree with what was here saying. In my opinion, Mr. Putin's plan as a blitzkrieg in Ukraine actually collapsed. Not because Ukrainian government was very efficient, but because he miscalculated with the feelings of the nation. He never understood the people, he never believed people can somehow went into the street without West paying per second for them being in that street. He never believed into that, therefore he believed that he would be welcomed by half of the nation, and he would be having nice Ukrainian girls welcoming him with bread and salt, and obviously here he miscalculated. Instead of having 12 regions on fire, he has 1.5 region where separatists just migrate between, not actually separatists, but special operations plus their aides migrate between a couple of small Ukrainian towns in Donetsk and Luhansk area. So I would say that since we met last time, from my point of view, importance of letter U in our common alphabet has really increased. U meaning unity. United Europe is extremely important. And united, unified Ukraine is very important as well. What United Europe, I support Minister absolutely here. This morning I got wake-up call, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock I was watching as normal Ukrainians, 5 o'clock in the morning, and the Euronews, and there was a journalist was talking to one of EU Freedoms leaders, Freedoms Party leaders, as a part of elections campaign to European Parliament. And obviously the guy was labeled like Eurosceptics. And the journalist asked him, what will you do if you get, not majority, but if you get considerable part of European Parliament? His imminent response was, we should like Europe to come back to just economic market, no political union. And for me, it means actually a dream of Mr. Putin, because if you don't have unified policies, you will never get a simple economic market. We perfectly understand that. And unity for Ukraine is extremely important. Right now, maybe in 2 minutes, we are supposed to start first national roundtable of unity where ex-presidents of Ukraine, or all leaders of political parties, public opinion, church, you name it, under auspices of OSCE, they are having first roundtable in Ukrainian parliament. I'm absolutely positive if Europe is united and Ukraine is united, we have promising future. And here we are thinking like this is the only answer to Mr. Putin's dreams.
Oleg, but my question was your view of what the interim government is trying to do in eastern Ukraine at the moment as a military and security operation.
It's very limited. It's overstatement that it's Eastern Europe. It's just 2 regions where we do have paramilitary troops involved. In all other 10 regions, we have just volunteers and police. No anti-terrorist operations. Anti-terrorist operations is focused in 2 regions, and what they actually do, they try to isolate enclaves of Russian troops and terrorists, not to allow them to go outside of that circle. Till this moment, they are acting more or less successfully. They don't allow this conflict to go beyond these 2 regions.
Do you believe it's the right thing to be doing?
The right thing to be doing is to have elections. And the right thing to be doing is to address the needs.
Yeah, but my question is, do you believe, given that there could be a spark which leads to something much more serious in a military confrontation, a limited military confrontation at the moment, do you believe it's the right thing to be doing?
To respond with, well, to shoot when you are being shot at, I do believe that. Because lots of Ukrainians now believe the situation in Crimea could be very, very different if Mr. Putin from the very beginning would get that feeling that don't cross the lines, because if you shoot, they can shoot at you.
All right.
So-called peaceful thing in Crimea sent very wrong signal to Mr. Putin's appetite.
Tim Snyder, you wrote about the reconstruction of nations, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Belarus, up to 1999. What do you believe is taking place now, particularly for Ukraine?
Well, the reconstruction takes place at a number of different levels. The main thesis of the book that you're so kind to refer to is that nations are remade from the past. And one of the things that we are witnessing in the background, but it's an important background, is the reconstruction of Ukrainian identity. Interestingly, opinion polls show precisely as a result of Crimea and the Russian intervention in the East that more and more people are unambiguous about their Ukrainian identity. Not in the West and the center, we can take it for granted, but also in the East. Interestingly enough, if you want to meet a newly minted, unambiguous, fervent Ukrainian nationalist, you're much more likely to find him today in Luhansk or in Donetsk than you are in Ternopil or Lviv. Because these are the people who have a recent, new, shocking experience. So there's been a kind of disambiguation of Ukrainian identity as a result of this. And that's happened in the last few months, but it may be the most significant thing in the long run. The other thing that I was trying to claim in that book, The Reconstruction of Nations, is that success as a nation state opens the way into Europe. And I think that was the happy story of Poland's relations with its eastern neighbors in Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. By avoiding border conflicts over Vilnius or Lviv or Grodno, Poland was able to make sure that it could move west. Now that whole story has moved in one country over. It's the eastern border of Ukraine which now becomes the mental, the emotional, the moral border of Europe, and it's the place where border conflicts have to be settled for Europe to expand. But the question goes deeper than that. The question goes to the question of whether you actually have a legal order which is enforceable at all. Because, and now I'm restating, but in a slightly different way. Ukraine is not, the conflict in Ukraine is not about Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine is a test case for Europe. If the things that can be made to work in Ukraine can be made to work on a larger scale, then the European Union ceases to function. So the whole story has to be told in a way backwards. What has happened is not, I don't think, mainly a war on Ukraine or an assault on Ukraine. What happened was that the Ukrainians on the Maidan were the first people who resisted a countervision to the European Union. There is now a countervision out there. I mean, Europeans are used to thinking, we only have one vision, we are innocent, and everyone likes us, right? But since the middle of 2013, there has been a countervision. It goes under the name of Eurasia. It pretends to be a trade agreement. In fact, it is a cultural, ideological, and political challenge whose ultimate aim is to fragment and destroy the European Union, leave the European Union as a bunch of nation states which will never have a common energy policy, which is the crucial thing, and which can be easily manipulated by Russia. That crashed in December 2013 and January 2014 on the Maidan. The Ukrainians in Kiev were the first people who resisted this notion. This was a wake-up call for Europe, but I would also argue that it was it was the first stage in a general struggle. And as has already been pointed out, it was a stage which did not end the way the Russians expected. So now we find ourselves fully engaged in a much larger conflict, which is going faster than anyone expected, including people in Moscow.
Do you believe you may one day have to be writing about the destruction of Ukraine?
No, I don't believe that. I mean, historians are often wrong about the present and the future. We specialize in that when we're not being wrong about the past. But I do not think that's what's going to happen. On the contrary, I think that even in Russia, people are now realizing that Ukrainian identity is more robust than was expected. And the problems with the Ukrainian state, even the very basic ones having to do with the militia, are now being addressed because they have to be addressed. I can't say with confidence what form the Ukrainian state is going to be, but I do not now expect that the Ukrainian state is not going to be a subject of international law in the future. What I would say is that the question you're asking is simultaneously a question about Europe. I do think that it's not an exaggeration to say that the European order now hangs in Ukraine the same way that the European order of the 1930s hung in the Sudetenland or in Czechoslovakia. If there is no Ukraine, that means there will be no more Europe, and we will not be asking, is there a Ukraine? We'll be asking what happened to our beautiful, peaceful, prosperous post-war European order.
All right, well, let me move it on, including the ministers and Oleg here. Do you envisage that there may be a Ukraine at some point in the foreseeable future, which is a federation of 25 oblasts as opposed to one sovereign state as it's currently constituted? Would you accept that, Minister?
Well, there's one point I would like to express my full agreement, and this is that the Ukrainian national identity has become much, much, much stronger because of the last month's developments. So that's why I tried to provoke with my question what the objectives of Russia are, because clearly I don't believe that this would have been one of their objectives, to strengthen Ukrainian national identity, and that's exactly what happened. So whatever the future constitutional structure of the Ukraine will be, Ukraine is here to stay.
But the federation idea, Minister, do you think that there could be a pragmatic acceptance that is a way forward?
I wouldn't be obsessed by words. I'm a lawyer. I know what the legal words mean, but I also know what the economic and sociological reality means. So let's try to find a solution which is acceptable for everyone, and let's try thereby to save and strengthen the state of Ukraine, whether confederal, whether federal, whether whatever. In any case, the word what we use now, and I would also suggest to use, is the word decentralization. And that's what we use now, and I think that's correct. Yes, and how you will term it later on, historians or legal scholars will term it after 50 years, that's a different question. But we are all interested in the existence of the Ukraine. And I'm saying this because in 91 December, when we first landed in Kiev with the that time Prime Minister and met the first Ukrainian leadership, that was the question. Everybody asked from us, do you think Ukraine will survive? Ukraine did survive. And our basic objective and interest now in a European context.
What do you think, Tim, on a federation?
Look, as has already been pointed out, the word federation can contain all kinds of different content. Normally, federations are formed when there are already federal units
like
with traditions, like in the United States or Switzerland or Germany, where you have, a state or a land and that form, which pre-exists and has its own law, and then you form a larger unit. It's unusual to take a centralized state and then create a federation from it. I think the word has become somewhat toxic because it's in the Russian reading, a federation is something which has its own regional foreign policies or can block foreign policy. Whereas in general, again, even in federations like the United States, foreign policy and military decisions are taken at the central level. So the word, I think, has become itself very problematic. That you could have administrative decentralization, where matters having to do with language are decided at the regional level, where matters having to do with culture are decided at the regional level, where you agree that some percentage of budget is going to stay in, which is interesting because then you find out who's actually paying into the central budget and who's not, right? In Ukraine, as in the United States, the people who think they're paying more are generally the people who are actually getting more from the central budget. So when you make these rules, then you figure out who's actually paying in and who's getting out. That, I think, is all legitimately on the table, but that's not the same thing as a federation. I think the question is on what scale you're going to do the decentralization.
Scale of decentralization. Does anyone want to come in with insight on this particular issue? I've got a whole bundle of other areas like sanctions, which I can move on to very quickly. But if you do want to come back, please do. Yes, a microphone over here. Is that Heather? Heather Graby. Let me give you an idea of what is being said as well about sanctions. And one question here from Ian Bond. Do we really know what our objectives are? Are we too reactive instead of defining what we want and the means to get it? Bear that in mind. Heather.
Heather Graby from Open Society. I just wanted to comment on this question of regionalism and federalism, because in the EU it sounds very benign. It's something that the EU has always promoted. In a way, respect for minority rights, for example, has often gone hand in hand with regionalisation, more autonomy to regions. So I think there's a big risk that in the EU people don't take this as the toxic nature of the proposals that have been put forward, especially on the Russian side, seriously enough. And also the fact that people seem to have forgotten that Ukraine had a constitution writing process, that in fact Ukraine has been through a long period of nation making, which actually included many of these issues being discussed. This is not 1991, but the progress that's actually been made over the past 20 years in Ukraine, also on issues like minority rights. Things are not perfect, but a lot of that is just now being forgotten. It's as if we're just starting again. And I hope that people on the EU side will read a bit more history before taking on board all of the propaganda.
Heather, before I ask the ministers, do you, sitting in Brussels, think that there is clarity from the European Union and the international community of what objectives should now be in Ukraine?
I think there's very little clarity, as we saw from the General Affairs Council discussion. At the moment, the member states are having huge internal struggles. Each country is trying to come with a view. I think we're seeing here represented at Globsec some very clear views, because the countries which joined the EU in 2004 in particular have a very clear sense of what it means to have sovereignty, and also they have their own concerns and interests in Russia. What's much less clear is the countries where energy is still a very contentious issue. And I think Germany is the key. Where will Germany end up on this? We hear different things from different people in the government. I'd be very interested in the views of the panel on where they think Germany will come out on all of this.
On objectives and clarity?
I just wanted to address the federalism question here. And Andrew Mikta, Center for European Policy Analysis in Washington. And go to what I think Tim has touched on, which is very important here. I'm actually wondering if I'm the only one in this room who is concerned about the fact that we are debating the issue of federalism, where in fact it has not been put on the agenda by Ukraine itself, but in fact by a neighboring country. And that we're now ready to debate whether or not we are dealing not just with territorial integrity of a state, good old-fashioned aggression that's going to slice of a portion of somebody's country, but in fact we are about to debate whether a neighboring state has the right to frame the constitutional order of a country that we believe, as far as I know, is still a sovereign state. And I find this extremely disturbing, that if we buy into this debate, federalism or not federalism, we're stipulating Putin's primary assumption, that in fact this is 18th century, and he, like Catherine the Great, can say, I'm going to tell the Finns what kind of a structure they're going to have. I'm going to tell the Ukrainians what kind of a structure they will have.
And we in the West, by engaging in this discussion, I would submit to you, are sanctioning it indirectly. Thank you.
So it's part of the discussion, though. Do you in the European Union have a clarity now of objectives? Was there a clarity on Monday of what the objectives should be, both ministers? Minister Rinkiewicz.
Okay. Well, agree. However, I have to also admit that there are different views, of course, within European Union, how we should act, and of course, there has been a mentioning about Anglo-Saxon world and Poland and Baltic states. I'm happy to be a part of Anglo-Saxon world in some respect, but certainly we think that EU could have acted stronger. However, I would also underscore that also for us, it is very important that EU acts in unity and that there is no situation where Baroness Ashton gets out of the room and says we don't have any decision because we disagreed. So
in unity, but with clear objectives. That's Ian Bond's question. Are there really clear objectives now?
I think that the clear objective is to get Ukraine back on stable development and to allow this country to choose its own destiny. It's a very broad objective. It's very easy to say. It's very difficult to achieve, but I think that we have some toolbox to assist here. So first, to get political stability. Second, to get economic reform going through assistance package we have provided. And then, of course, it's up to Ukraine then to decide where to go. Where we do have total disagreement is whether there is going to be European perspective to some countries of so-called Eastern Partnership. That's where, of course, we still are debating.
Oleg, do you think there's, Minister,
well, I see,
clear objectives? Yes?
I see no difference whatsoever in the field of the objectives. So if you read the Council conclusions, for instance, from Monday, it's quite clear. The first sentence is a sovereign, independent Ukraine with territorial integrity. We condemn the Crimean annexation and so on and so on. So I think on the objectives there is a full consensus. Of course, there are differences as far as the tools or the devices or the practical policies are concerned. For instance, sanctions, that's the often cited example.
We'll come on to that in a moment.
Of course, countries would be diversely affected in different areas. But I think for the objectives and for the basic values, and that's why we always underline them, we fully agree.
Oleg, do you think there's clarity from outside to assist whatever case is being made now in Kiev at this very moment?
Much more than when I was Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration in 2005, when we just signed action plan with EU, and that action plan was structured in such a way that you never know what is next. And my direct question to EU was, let's admit this horrible scenario, we implement everything what is next.
But the reality is so different now.
Now reality is shockingly different. So we clearly hear now that if Ukraine, we hear a number of very important signals that this association agreement is not the end of our relationship, that this is just beginning of the process. We hear very clearly that if we implement, we'll be getting more for more. And we hear for the first time that Europe is practically singing in one voice. It's extremely important because I remember those days when Euro-Atlantic and European discussions, ministers of defense were meeting in two different groups. That was a horrible scenario for us because if the West is not united, we are in a very difficult position.
Do you think there's clarity, Tim, or not?
Look, at the level that we're talking about, there's an impressive amount of clarity. But the theme that you raised at the very beginning about the information war reveals levels of discussion where there is not clarity. The Austrian or the German or the French public discussion, when you move away from with respect, foreign ministers and governments and down to newspapers. If you look at the way Le Figaro presents the conflict as opposed to the way that Le Monde presents the conflict, if you look at the way that, this has already been mentioned, but the way that the populist right is running its campaign through the European parliamentary elections on a pro-Russia platform, you realize that there is a good deal of dissonance in public opinion, and you realize that on the propaganda side of things, the Russians can count some very important successes. Reopening the question, as Andrew Mikta pointed out, of the structure of Ukraine has been one success, reopening the question of the nature of the European Union has been another success, and I think an allied success. So policy clarity, sure, and chapeau bas, but in terms of the clashes that one sees in German public opinion, which is the most important case, there is a new level of unclarity and ambiguity and even strife over Russia and Ukraine.
And Minister Rinkiewicz, I think there is an interesting awareness within the European Union about the information war. What came out of that meeting on Monday?
Well, actually, there was a proposal which still has to be discussed, how we are addressing this 21st century peculiarity, which is called information war, how we get our message to Russian public. I really don't believe it has to be like a Cold War Voice of America or all those radio stations we had. However, but also I feel we need to address, first of all, Russian public within European Union, and we have considerable that in almost every country now. We had our Bulgarian colleague and some other colleagues talking about that, but we also have to try to get our message in the best way possible also to Russians in Russia itself. Because what we have seen, and if you watch Russian media, I think that that kind of propaganda is surpassing everything one could even imagine back in Soviet Union. That is something we have to address. And we have some of our colleagues proposing that. I think we will have some work further as well.
Do keep the thoughts coming through, please. It's really very useful for me to know what's on your mind so I can move the direction of travel. Do I gather that Dmitry can't hear us? Is that the problem? He can't hear us, all right. You might like to ask him if there's a way of doing this. Could I ask him the question which I was asking before? Is it clear now what Russia is trying to do and its ambitions? If there's a way of somehow hearing from him in Moscow, John? All right, I'll come back to you in a moment. Sanctions. Robert Kandra, what specific steps should European states take on economic sanctions for the seizure and annexation of Crimea? And another question, given that Putin's popularity in Russia is exceptionally high, do you really believe economic sanctions should remain the preferred tool to influence or induce Russia to respond positively? Minister.
Well, the economic consequences are already there. So, and they are serious. And it's also a question of what the political consequences of this economic deterioration will be. Investments, even without introducing any additional measures or legislation, investments in Russia are slowing down, which is perhaps an understatement. There is a serious capital flow, and the economic forecast for this year in terms of growth is basically zero. And for Russia, it could be a real issue. Now, on the other hand, if, for instance, oil production and gas production on a global level could be significantly increased and oil prices could go down, that would have a much, much more serious consequence upon Russia's economy and government than these kind of sanctions, quote unquote, which have already been introduced in the so-called first and the second phase. But we have to be aware of the fact that the sanctions, and especially counter-sanctions, bite us as well, and in a very different measure. And that's why what we are saying also among the 28, that in that case an equitable burden sharing and solidarity would be indispensable. Also, we have to see that different areas would have different impact upon different member states. Finances, capital flows is one thing. Investment is another thing. Energy is again another thing. So it's a very complex thing. European Commission is working on that, by the way. But all in all, what we really would like to avoid is an economic war, because we would all suffer. And that's why all of us, we promote the dialogue and the national roundtable and a political solution.
Many of you, I'm sure, might have views on sanctions. Please put up your hand and let's get a microphone to you, please, on sanctions.
Thank you. Marcin Terlikowski, Polish Institute of International Affairs. Well, I could offer one comment regarding the sanctions. Well, I feel that when it comes to sanctions, the devil lies in the details, because here in this region, we are very much aware that sanctions and counter-sanctions, like the minister said, can bite us, and we need solidarity because the dependence on energy sources. But when you go to our Western partners of the European Union, you can hear that in some specific sectors, the dependence on Russia is huge. And I'm not speaking about only London City and the financing and the money and the financial measures which are there. But I'm speaking about, for example, high-tech industry, which is utterly dependent on the rare earth materials and metals imported from Russia. And in such cases, it will be very difficult to switch to alternative vendors, which could be very often from China. And by speaking that, sometimes even local policy comes into play. For example, 1 or 2 companies which are dependent on sales of systems, advanced systems, maybe defense systems to Russia. In case of a halt of this kind of transaction, the whole company can start letting people off, what means that local policy comes into play, and the local caucuses may influence the decisions of central government. So the devil lies in the details, because in some sectors we may be much more dependent on Russia than we think we are. Thank you.
Andrei, can I come to you, given you were an economic advisor to presidents? What's your view, can we move the microphone across, about, as I can't get to Dmitry, your view as to whether sanctions are having an economic impact, are having a personal impact, are in any way impacting on the view from the Kremlin of the way to respond to what is happening in Ukraine?
First of all, the general reaction in Russia and in Kremlin were the sanctions.
Microphone, please.
Okay.
Closer.
Closer. Do you hear me right now?
No.
Now? Okay.
Yeah.
The first reaction in Russian society and Kremlin towards the sanctions is just laughing. They consider it a joke. It's absolutely not serious. Nobody's taking this seriously. Certainly they're playing the game.
Is it not affecting them in any way?
No, no.
Even personally?
No. Some people, the kind of third level or some kind of fourth level, it's not serious. And just comparing to their objectives, you're always asking about objectives. Comparing to the objective that Kremlin has in mind, all the sanctions, all possible losses is incomparable. It's impossible to compare. So that is why they're trying to play the game that the sanctions, they're not happy with sanctions, and that is why they're always some kind of promising counter-sanctions, but in reality, they do not bother them much. That's the first. Second, you're asking all sides about objectives. And that is why when the West or European Union or US or whoever are trying to implement sanctions, you need to think about objectives. What is objectives of sanctions of any other actions? Sanctions is only technology, only the methods, is not an objective. You need to think what you would like to achieve. If the objective is to make a pain to a bear, and if you'd like to poke him into the paw, okay, it will be painful for the bear, but the reaction of the bear would be quite different from you would expect. So that is why you need to think what you would like to achieve. If, for example, as the minister said, okay, one of the objectives, not the final one, would be to restore territorial integrity of Ukraine and to withdraw Russian troops from Crimea and Lugansk and Donetsk regions, you would need to think whether sanctions, especially those that are being thought right now, would be able to bring those results or not. And objective analysis would give you straight answer immediately. Definitely not.
Well, let me ask the ministers, do you have clarity of why you voted for sanctions and what they're meant to achieve?
Well, that's a really good question.
That's what I'm here for.
What do you want to achieve?
Well, I think that what we want to achieve and why actually we use sanctions is really to change behavior. I think that's a really tool, not something else. And what we want to see is certainly to
have Russia changed its behavior in East Ukraine to get it more cooperative. However, I have to say here that we are talking a lot about sanctions, and I agree with everything that has been said about them. But we also have to remember that some of steps we have to take. For instance, I still think that arms embargo, new technology embargo would be something we have to use. Is also in our own interest, in our own credibility. I cannot imagine, for instance, a situation where we have Mistral ship called Sevastopol entering Sevastopol harbor somewhere next year. I think that's going to be a real credibility test. Second thing, which we probably haven't talked here, and we have tasked now European Commission, but I think we should work a little bit quicker on this. It's non-recognition policy, what it really means. For instance, discouraging EU businesses to invest in Crimea, to have Schengen visas issued to Crimean citizens only in Kiev, and so on. I think that those are not sanctions, but those are practical steps how we can also sustain our non-recognition policy beyond only just conclusions and policy we have actually made. So I think that we still have some room for sanctions. I still think that we should be
despite what we've just heard there.
Yes, because frankly, if there is no impact, then if we see this total breakup of international order post 1989 at least, and I think that consequences, and my country has already some history and some resemblance of history of Soviet occupation of 1940, then I think that if we don't impact that, then consequence for the whole Europe could be in the long term much graver.
Tim, I know you have to leave shortly to go to Kiev, and we're half an hour late. So can you just bear with me one moment, because I think Dimitri does have an answer to the question and can join us somehow. Dimitri, can you hear me? If not, can you just say what you were going to say in answer to the question of what are the intentions in Russia at the moment? Are you able to hear me, Dimitri?
The line was cut off.
All right. We will try again, but can you hear me one more time, Dimitri, yes or no? He's sending me an email now. Okay, so Tim, given that you are about to go to Kiev, again, this point about the leverage and the pressure on Moscow from the view of the European Union and the international community, not all the international community. What's your view about the impact or non-impact, or whether there's a degree of self-delusion about the likely impact of these kind of measures?
Right. Well, I mean, I think it's important to ignore what everyone says about sanctions because we just don't know how economically significant they are. I mean, obviously, when you're sanctioned yourself, you say, "Oh, great! I'm never going to take vacation in Siberia/Texas anyway." Right? Obviously, you laugh it off, but I don't think we know how significant it is. I do think that it's important as a way for Europeans and Americans to have a policy which has a name. I do think it's important as a way for providing some level of moral clarity. I would repose the question a little bit and ask what the present situation allows the European Union to do, which would be in its interest anyway, which would function like sanctions but go beyond sanctions. And there are two pretty obvious answers. One of them is law enforcement. The European Union has a problem with the rule of law, which has been helpfully revealed in the last few months with the help of Ukrainian and Russian citizens, right? It turns out that many of the practices inside the previous regime in Ukraine and the current regime in Russia are only possible because of the rule of law in European Union member states. And that rule of law is in turn perverted and mutilated by these practices. So you have an opportunity for simple law enforcement, which would probably be a very good thing for the European Union and would inflict pain here and there, by the way, incidentally. The second opportunity has to do with something which Prime Minister Tusk has already proposed, which is to have a common energy policy. And since I'm not a member of government and don't have to stay within what's reasonable or possible or likely, I would say you can go much further than that. This is like 9/11 in the US, where we totally failed. This is an opportunity for an energy revolution. This is an opportunity for the European Union to triple investment in fusion, in photovoltaics, in clean fission, and in energy technologies, which are actually realizable in the next 10, 15 years. That won't hurt Putin right now. But if successful, like if you actually achieved fusion in 15 years, this discussion would be totally irrelevant in the future, right? You could just make this all go away. Not now, but you could do something now, which is double fusion budgets or triple fusion budgets, which would make it certain that in 15 years we wouldn't be meeting here and having this discussion. In 9/11, we had the opportunity for an energy revolution in the US, and we did the opposite. We just drilled. We just fracked. This, too, is an argument for drilling and fracking, and there will be plenty of drilling and fracking in Western Ukraine, in Poland, in the middle of my country, lots of earthquakes, lots of poisoned water, terrific. I understand the reasons for it, it's gonna happen, it will have some effect. But we could think a little bit bigger. If you replace hydrocarbons substantially, then this threat just goes away completely. So, I mean, while there's still some time and some political momentum, maybe we could think about that.
Tim, just before you dash for the plane, you're a professor of history. What about what the Deputy Prime Minister said earlier, which reflects what a lot of people are saying now? This is a wake-up call. We were too complacent. We took too much for granted. In other words, we've entered a new period, which is not the normative period that was assumed to be the case up until a few weeks or months ago.
No, I mean, to turn it around a little bit, one should give the Russian leadership credit for having developed a new international ideology of social conservatism, where they are seeking to play on worldwide, not just Russian, European, or Ukrainian opposition to certain issues like same-sex marriage. One should give them credit for having a vision called Eurasia of how to destroy the European Union. One should give them credit for making substantial ideological advances over the course of 2013. In 2014, we are seeing those ideological advances translated into policy. So yes, we are in a new world. That new world was already there in ideology and on television screens, for those of us who were paying attention, by the last quarter of 2013. Now it's obviously present in politics. I think it's not surprising that the European Union failed to notice this. Not everyone spends 4 hours every night watching Russian television, but if you do, it will change your life. It will change your life if you do that. If you're not already doing it, of course, in which case it won't. But it's not surprising, because the hard shift in Russian ideology and policy really had very little to do with the European Union. It had to do with dynamics inside Russia itself. But there is something qualitatively new. It's ambitious, it's coherent, and it obviously demands some kind of response.
And do you think the political class have now understood that?
No. I think you've taken the first baby steps towards understanding it. Yeah, but it's much, much worse than you think.
First baby steps.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have to leave?
I've got to go.
All right. I'm sorry we're running late, but thank you very much for your contribution.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Let me move to...
Thanks. My pleasure.
Tim,
safe flight. Let me.
Tim, I don't want to.
Could I just introduce you, Lord Reid? Lord John Reid, former Defence Secretary and Home Secretary, Interior Minister in Britain,
and now a principal in the Chair Talk Group. Thank you for the invitation here. I suppose actually Tim would have been the person to address this question too, but I wonder if my colleagues would like to comment on the internal dynamics of the European Union populations in terms of support for any decisions taken. I should declare an interest when we're talking about federal structures and existing states. I'm not only within the Anglo-Saxon orbit, but I'm actually a Scotsman, so I'm a Celt, and just about to take part in a debate about whether Scotland should separate from the United Kingdom.
And your answer is?
My answer is clearly no. I disagree with the First Minister of Scotland. I also disagree with him, incidentally, when he expressed admiration for President Putin recently, and he's been backtracking on that ever since. But my question is this. Given the internal growth, particularly in Western Europe, of anti-European, anti-EU, Euroscepticism, and indeed right-wing nationalist parties, to what extent is that undermining the political leadership in taking robust steps in responding to what might be perceived as Russian aggression in the Ukraine? Because, of course, political leaders are bound ultimately in democracies by carrying their people with them. And you will be aware that particularly in Western Europe and Northwestern Europe, not just the UK, there is the growth of a degree of scepticism about the powers and the progress of the direction of the European Union, which is quite different from Central Europe and many Eastern European peoples. Do you believe, I was actually wanting to ask Tim about that because he had commented earlier about the difficulties in carrying people with them. But is that something that has appeared to you to be an element in any way in the reluctance to go perhaps as far as some of you would have wanted in being assertive against the Russians?
Well, I would agree that the challenge is not just let's say, controversies or different approaches among member states, but also European public opinion is very much divided. And we have to be aware of that. And we have to tackle this problem. And mention has already been made that there are very close ties between the extreme right parties in Europe, everywhere, by the way, Central Europe, Western Europe, doesn't make a difference, which is quite interesting. So between the extreme right and Russia. But this is not limited. I would say the pro-Russian feelings are not limited to the extreme right. And there must be a reason for that, which is not an easy question to answer. But that's why we also discussed it in the Foreign Affairs Council. One of the factors, no doubt, is a huge and robust and partially successful propaganda, no doubt. And you hear the view from many very reasonable people that, after all, Ukraine should not become an EU member. Ukraine should not become a NATO member. Why to irritate the Russians? And when you answer that, look, perhaps this should be decided by the Ukrainians themselves, then, okay, yes, but. So I think this is a real challenge. I wouldn't disagree with that. And that's why I think that some more information should be given. And there are differences among the member states, but I think these feelings in many important member states are widespread and I would say deep-rooted.
Let me go back to Oleg, because we have about 10 minutes to run before the Assistant Secretary joins us. Oleg, just picking up on what Tim said, baby steps at the moment from the European Union and the political class. How are you viewing the capability now of those outside who are trying to support the Ukrainian position, their ability to act, the wisdom of their choice of policy, and also their wisdom in analysis of what's happening in your country?
I feel that we are kind of pilot case where EU is really learning how to counteract to some new challenges, because I remember when I was discussing with many ministers absolute necessity of personal financial sanctions before bloodshed happened in Maidan, before they started killing people, because I was in international banking, I know that it is possible. You have financial services, you have your own direction, intelligence, you do know what was missing, what we call political will. So I was told it's absolutely impossible. Now what we are learning, that EU is learning. EU, US, Canadian, even Israelis financial services, my impression is that they have certain data bank or informational map where they start enjoying the tracking of dirty money. And if EU follows, I agree here with I don't remember who said you stick to your law enforcement, probably Timothy said this, that is the immediate response of EU. If you try to implement your own policy to prevent dirty money enjoying,
to stop having our crooks as VIP clients of your bank, then immediately there is immediate effect. You can feel the difference. But also EU is learning how to respond to broader challenge. What Andrei was talking about sanctions, my feeling is sometimes EU leaders feel personally challenged by Mr. Putin's, very, I would say, irresponsible behavior, and therefore us as Ukrainians, we hear a clear message that, okay, we understand there are this period of concern, grave concern, very grave concern, gravest concern is gone. EU has and US has prepared or developed this set of personal sanctions, but we came very close to so-called third level of sanctions, which is named at economic sectors. And whatever they speak here, I remember British Secretary of Foreign Affairs saying that Britain is prepared and is considering the possibility to use financial sectors. Chancellor Merkel was talking about possibility of using sanctions in energy sector, but the key issue is when, and we understand when. And EU is here, the way we understand it in Ukraine, EU made it very clear that if Mr. Putin would try to directly invade Ukraine, cross the border with his peacekeepers or whatever, or if he would try to disrupt very brutally presidential elections. That was publicly stated, and for me it is a certain benchmark which was before missing. I was always asking, where are those red lines crossing which you get tougher response? And my feeling is that technically both EU, US, probably some other countries are preparing for this. Maybe they're not yet ready, but they made a clear statement, because if they don't deliver, soft power of EU is just simply gone. It means that what Andrei said, if this is really understood in Moscow exactly, that you can ignore all the sanctions, that what we are doing here, what we are discussing, what is EU soft power, what we are signing with EU, what we are thinking about as NATO, what is Article 5's meaning, and you can go on and on with this.
Thank you. I do have the outcome of Dmitry sitting at his keyboard a few minutes ago.
Yeah?
He has given me a written reply. No webcam, no voice, but if you're hearing us, Dmitry, thank you. Quote, I think it should be clear. At minimum, Russia wants to see a Ukraine that stays away from NATO, has Russian as official language alongside Ukrainian, and adds an elite component through gubernatorial legislative elections in the regions, accountable to, this is where it gets a bit murky in terms of the Russo-hone voters of the southeast. Is that the way you're seeing it, foreign ministers, as the minimum position of Russia? Minister Rinkevich.
Well, I do think that, but of course, any answer here can be correct. I do think that still the objective of Russia is to do everything possible to keep Ukraine as unstable as possible, through whatever means, through whatever it takes. I really don't believe, I can be spectacularly wrong if things change, that there is an idea of annexation of further territories of Ukraine on the table. I still think that Crimea is going to cost quite a lot. But at the same time, I think also that the key currently is, first of all, for Russia, the key goal is, first of all, to prevent Ukraine from, in their opinion, drifting towards whatever European perspective Western. There is. That's one. And second, I still think that we have to address also another goal. Eurasian Union, I think that we are, in a way, confronting kind of attempt to recreate something in between of Russian Empire of 19th century and Soviet Union of 20th century as much as possible. And from that point of view, I think that whatever works to undermine also our own unity in EU and also in NATO, by the way, it will be used and it will be on the table. And we have to be prepared to very different scenarios in very different parts of the world. We have talked about Ukraine. Let's look at Kazakhstan. Let's look at Central Asia. Let's look at some other parts.
Oleg, particularly that last part. And by the way, if you've got points you want to raise with the Assistant Secretary and you'd like to use your Spot Me pad, please do it now, because we have 20 minutes with her when she arrives shortly. So get them on the agenda now, those points you'd like to raise, if you can, please. That particular point about adding an elite component through gubernatorial legislative elections in the regions, accountable to the Russian home voters of the southeast.
Well, it's very vague, let's say it.
But there's a direction of travel which is clear.
Yeah, but my first remark, I heard it exactly 10 years ago, that, oh, we don't want you to go to NATO because NATO is hostile, but we would welcome if you decide to go to EU. My answer at that time was, you are saying this because 10 years ago, EU perspective was very vague, but as soon as it becomes realistic, we heard unprecedented hysteria when we were ready to sign agreement with EU. So I'm not buying this argument that, oh, no NATO, but to EU you are welcomed. This is absolutely, this is already time-proven lies. As for the last remark, what Russia is trying to say that Russia would like to be more Ukrainian than Ukrainians. They would like to see Ukraine whole and united. So we will hear all the regions represented there. The problem of today's government is very simple. Who does represent interest of this eastern and southern parts of Ukraine? The ousted president who ran away in disgrace, and his comrades in the party who are now found out to be just paranoid, corrupted officials. They disappeared, and there are no new faces. Should you talk to colonel of Russian intelligence who calls himself commander-in-chief or next, who is representing now South and East? What we try to do to tell Ukrainians, we are saying, okay, listen, we have one way to delegate somebody. This is election. Let's have presidential elections. And I understand here, they don't have their own candidate, but come on, this happens. Yanukovych was not my candidate, but he was a president. You can't elect candidate who is president, who is happy with everyone. But we have parliamentary presidential elections. We are going to have parliamentary elections. So elect your elite. Just delegate somebody, but don't give this right to represent Ukrainians to colonels who are Russians, who came from Crimea, who are professional special operations officer, and with them we are supposed to discuss interests of Russian-speaking Ukrainians. This is not serious.
All right, Oleg, thank you very much indeed. Is anyone burning to say something, please? Yeah, let's get the microphone down here, because I'm conscious of the need for balance in this discussion, even though it's been a bit tested. We've got literally 3 minutes, so can you keep to 1 minute each? This isn't the end of the discussion of Ukraine here at Globsec, so it's the beginning of a series of discussions, particularly with those arriving tomorrow. Can we get the microphone, a microphone over there, please, and we'll come to you in a moment. Can you be swift, please?
Okay, may I offer a translation of Dmitri's words on Russians or Mr. Putin's intentions towards Ukraine? In simple words, Mr. Putin says, either Ukraine should be under myself, under Mr. Putin, or Ukraine should not exist as independent sovereign state. Thank you.
Could you move the microphone to your right, please?
Okay. Alain Delettre from 3 Days Spain and Brussels. If what we heard this afternoon is true, and particularly Timothy Snyder's assessment that there is a will not only to destroy Ukraine, or at least to keep Ukraine as unstable as possible, but also to tackle the EU unity and NATO unity, I'd like to ask the two ministers, of course the sanctions taken by the European Union today have been as soft as possible towards ourselves. Do you think that it is possible to stop a country that is now engaged in a journey like this, with its own public opinion heated up to go to war if necessary, without making any sacrifices on our sides? Basically, do you think we can continue with sanctions that does not imply sacrifices for the EU?
Hold that for the 1 moment. Last point.
Charles Gatti, Johns Hopkins University, Washington. I may be the only person in the room who would ask this question, but I have a question about what countries in the European Union, perhaps you can ask the panel to reply to
this. No, you can ask.
Okay. I'd be happy to do that.
You see the trap.
What countries support sanctions and which countries don't? And which ones are...
All right, let's try it the other way.
In between.
Which countries don't support sanctions?
Well, you believe those are less number.
Even though there's unity.
In true spirit of unity, I will not reveal that list. But let me just very quickly to come back to one very important issue, which I think is very, very challenging. European Union and most of our countries just went through very difficult economic and financial crisis. And I think that has changed a lot also in kind of thinking of publics. My own country lost about 19% of GDP back in 2009. However, we have been always sometimes a little bit skeptical about any unions, be it Soviet Union or European Union as a public. However, the current events have shown that some support, some kind of understanding, belonging to EU is growing. My biggest concern currently is that really in upcoming European Parliament elections we will get quite a great victory to some extent, not in, let's say, absolute numbers, but quite a great victory for right-wing extremist parties, which actually really are happy with what Timothy Snyder has said, social conservatism. You know, in Russia they spent about 24 hours arguing about winner of Eurovision. Almost every politician was kind of finding the necessity to comment on that. So from that point of view, I think we have to address more fundamental issue also within European Union, how we are going to move with some institutional reform, and not so much probably worry whether we are still in the sanction phase number 2 or we are going to sanction phase number 3. Right. I think here we will be working, and actually it's right, we have some benchmarks now set. What would be a good reason to get back to discussion and imposing sanctions?
Minister, literally 15 seconds, because we have to move on to the assistant
But
secretary.
here I think that it's more fundamental problem also when it comes to Ukraine, also how we are dealing with our EU internal challenges, than actually how we are dealing with another set of sanctions or list of countries that probably are not so supportive.
Very briefly, I'm not sure that the measures that have been taken until now have been or are completely fruitless. Second, instead of asking the question which country supports or which country is against the sanctions, I would say that there could be a discussion where the red line is put. So, we know the problem with red lines, by the way. But we all agree that there is such a thing as a red line. After that, we have to turn to the so-called phase 3, what we call targeted measures, after all, economic sanctions. So, number 3, very briefly, for the objectives, I understand these are the concrete, let's say, demands, but at the bottom of the whole process, I believe that there is a fundamental objective, and this is to rebuild a lost empire, because it was traumatic. It's also a psychological phenomenon, not just geopolitical or geoeconomic. It's about prestige, it's about national pride, it's about recovering the traumatism of losing an empire. That is at the bottom of the whole process.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much indeed. Both Ministers, thank you. Oleg and also Tim Snyder, thank you very much indeed. I know we've overrun dramatically, but it's been rich so far. A takeoff for the next stage of discussion on Ukraine. Thank you for all the messages and also your interventions, and thank you to the panel as well. And Assistant Secretary,
Not
let's
easy to be the minister,
do a
but
quick change.
You did.
You stay here for tonight, Edgar.
Just tell me the password for
Microphone.
Globsec 2000. But that's the password as
Yes.
well? Okay.
You all smile, you all sing. We become heroes in the starlight. You all sing, sing. The night slowly fades and goes slow motion. All the commotion becomes floating emotions. Same piano loops over. Arms wave, eyes roll back and jaws fall open. Seeing soft focus. chatting to this bloke in the toilets. Dizzy new heights, blinded by the lights. These people are for life. It's all back to his place at the end of the night. Yo, they could settle wars with this, if only they will. Imagine the world's leaders on pills, then imagine the morning after. Wars causing disaster. Don't talk to me, I don't know ya. For this ain't tomorrow, and for now I still love ya. Hours fly over. Sail round, diamonds and pearls. Never seen so many fit girls. Discover new worlds. Look at my watch, can't focus. Last 2 hours I lost.
Good.
Every
Hey.
minute fills me with lust. All of life's problems I just
I was
shake
Deputy
off.
Prime Minister for European Integration from Ukraine.
Yes,
You
yes,
are
yes,
our
yes.
national hero. I
Oh
was
my
telling the
goodness,
ambassador-
you're kind.
But yeah, really, but specifically I told the
Darlings on Charlie, all come together for this party. All races, many faces, from places you never heard of. Where you from, what's your name and what you want.
Thank you.
Sing to the words, effects to the fat ones. The tribal drums.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You are.
Slava Ukraina. Great. Nick, I didn't really do a sort of a big preparation. Why don't we just have a conversation? Do you want to do that?
Do you have any message? I was told you had a message from the Secretary.
I mean,
You all sing, sing. We were just standing in my narrow home. We went on and on. You all smile, you all sing. We become heroes in the stars align. You all sing, sing. Then the girl in the cafe taps me on the shoulder. I realise 5 years went by and I'm older. Memories smoulder, winter's colder. But that same piano loops over and over and over. The road shines and the rain washes away. Same Chinese takeaway selling shit in a tray. It's dark all round, I walk down. Same sights, same sounds, new beats though. Solid concrete under my feet. No surprises, no treats. The world stands still as my mind sloshes round. The washing up bowl in my crown. My life's been up and down since I walked from that crowd. We were just standing in my narrow home. We went on and on. You all smile, you all sing. We become heroes in the stars align. You all sing, sing. We were just standing in my narrow home. We went on and on. You all smile, you all sing. We become heroes in the stars align. You all sing, sing. Out of respect for Johnny Walker, Paul Oakenfold, Nicky Holloway, Danny Rampling, and all the people who gave us these times. And to the government I stick my middle finger up with regards to the criminal justice bill. For all the heroes I met along the way. You all sing, sing. We become heroes in the stars align. You all sing, sing. We were just standing in my narrow home. We went on and on. You all smile, you all sing. We become heroes in the stars align. You all sing, sing.
excellent. I think you do too. Good to see you.
So, I give you my card.
Good. I have no.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I have, yes.
If you think
Okay, good.
could be some assistance.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Can I ask you to take your seats, please?
I'm ready to do so.
Good. Thank you. We need experienced folks. I mean, I can sort of go through our 4 pillars, but it's not appropriate, I don't think, in this
Okay.
setting. I think we just do what you want.
All right.
Yep.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, can you sit down, please? Can we move forward as the Assistant Secretary has to move on? We have lights as well.
All right. That's a lot of lights.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats, please? I'm joined by Victoria Newland, who's Assistant Secretary for European and Eurasian Affairs. Thank you for joining us, Assistant Secretary. We have about 20 minutes. I'm going to open the discussion, but I'd like to know how many people, if you can hear me, would like to ask questions as well. So I've got a sense of where discussion points may come from. I can see 3 or 4. Assistant Secretary, do you believe you're on top of the the scale of the Ukraine crisis, given the level of shock that there's clearly been felt in Washington, at NATO, the European Union, and indeed by your ambassador in Moscow at the time, Michael McFaul, who said this took everyone by surprise?
Well, Nick, I think that we all understand that this is a challenge not simply for Ukraine, not simply for the transatlantic relationship, but some of the choices that Russia has made have challenged the world order. So we have to think about it in those terms. And as the United States, we're feeling the ripples of this as we go around and talk to our Asian partners. China is watching, Japan is watching, Southeast Asia is watching. Secretary Kerry was just in Africa. There was a lot of concern there about changing borders by force, and certainly in Latin America. So I think we sit here in Europe and we think about this as about Ukraine, as about Europe, but it's actually global.
But this is, there are those who say out there that this is a change now to normative thinking about Russia, particularly. And we heard from the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister here, it's a wake-up call. We were too complacent, took too much for granted. In other words, has there been a massive step change in your reassessment of the Russia you're dealing with now?
Nick, I would put it differently. We and many of the people in this room have been involved for some 22 years since the Soviet Union broke up in trying to knit Russia into the fabric of Europe, into the fabric of an open democratic system. We've had success and some setbacks over this period, but the premise of the case has always been that we should be encouraging Russia to make the kinds of reforms so that it could join us in our institutions, so that it could be a partner. But that was based on an understanding that the rules of global governance, the rules that undergird the Helsinki community, were a sort of a compact among us. So what has happened is not so much that we've changed, but that President Putin has made a choice that those rules no longer apply to Russia.
But
so that requires an adjustment, of course.
Do you in Washington get how profound this change is?
I think I started there, that it's profound for us, not just in a Ukrainian or European context, it's profound for us in a global context, because countries all around the world, either who aspire to have a chunk of somebody else's territory or afraid that somebody will take a chunk of theirs, are watching very carefully.
Foreign Minister Rinkevich about half an hour ago said that President Putin aims to keep Ukraine as unstable as possible. Is that your assessment?
I personally, and I think we corporately long ago have stopped trying to read the mind of President Putin, so I won't predict where he is going. But clearly, we would not consider what he is doing stabilizing. We would not consider it good neighborly behavior, and we would ask why it's to Russia's advantage for Ukraine to be unstable, for Ukraine not to come together as a unitary state, economically supported by the West in a manner that could be a good trade partner for Russia. Why does this benefit Russia's economy or anything else?
From the Oval Office downwards now, is there a kind of acceptance that the unthinkable now has to be thinkable?
Meaning?
With Russia. In other words, what might have not seemed possible or probable, say back in December when it came to Ukraine and Crimea, is the kind of thing that could easily happen, and therefore you have to make a judgment that that is possible now as opposed to totally unlikely.
Well, I think there was a concerted effort when they started challenging Crimea to encourage them to step back. That obviously failed. Then after Crimea, to encourage them to allow the rest of Ukraine to move forward. But now we see this intense challenge in the east. One could argue a renewed effort to take another chunk of Ukraine. Where does it stop? I think this is the concern, and this is why you see us working with the European Union, you see us working with partners globally to try to set forward a very clear and well understandable deterrent, namely to say that if the May 25th elections don't go forward, if Russia continues to destabilize Ukraine, that there will be further, deeper, and now sectoral economic sanctions on Russia. And we do believe what we've already done is starting to bite. So there are questions and trade-offs and choices for Putin to make.
You say they're starting to bite. I have to say there's skepticism in this room and elsewhere that really sanctions are having any impact at all. We heard from Andrei Ilyarinov, who's now at the Cato Institute, but former economic advisor to Presidents Yeltsin and Putin, that they're not having any effect. They're not taken seriously at all. Do you have any metrics, any evidence to suggest that actually they are biting in a way which you hoped for?
Yeah, there are plenty of metrics, so I'm not sure what metrics Mr. Ilyanov is looking at, but our metrics include some $30 billion spent to prop up the ruble just since March, some $60 billion in capital flight just since the beginning of the year, almost as much as all of 2013. Bond ratings now hovering just above junk, the IMF saying that Russia is on the verge of recession. So the numbers are actually quite profound, particularly when you consider that, you know, between us, we've sanctioned some 45 people. We haven't even gone to sectors of the economy.
Let me open it up. Who would like to ask any questions? There was over here, please. A microphone here. Anyone else? You've got 15 minutes. Don't tell me you tried to put your hand up, and there's someone over there, please. A gentleman here, and make the microphone move at high speed to there and to the front, please. And would you identify yourself, and can we have a little more light so the Assistant Secretary can see you?
Yes, I was going to say, it's a good trick here. I can see vague shadows, but I can't tell who's
A little
who.
more light, please, whoever's got their finger on the switch. Anyway, speak.
My name is Armand Claes. I'm from an, at least that's my passport, very, very small country, which has also been invaded and occupied a few times, namely Luxembourg.
I was in Luxembourg yesterday.
Yes, oh yes. So you saw
an important NATO ally.
You saw my friend Jean Asselborn.
I did. Yes. And the new Prime Minister.
But I don't agree with him. That's why I asked the question.
We won't tell him.
He's a very nice fellow. But are we not, people know me, I'm always a bit contrarian or something. I wonder whether, and I should have asked that question in the previous session, but whether we are not a bit too self-complacent when we are dealing with Russia. And whether what we are doing now is really in our, I say our, even if I don't feel part of it, long-term interest. I personally am astonished about this one-sided Russia bashing, and also the one-sided way we look at Ukraine. I wonder whether this whole policy, which also perhaps is not intellectually completely honest, will not backfire in longer term and prove counterproductive. So I think should such a meeting not be about going into new analysis, having a sober and lucid and thorough look into what is really happening. So that's my question for today and for tomorrow. Otherwise,
okay, I think we've got the question.
Yeah, yes.
Whether
I try to be very reserved and polite. Sorry, because
Assistant Secretary, whether the old way of thinking is conditioning too much the new reality you have to confront.
I mean, I think our interest, whether we're talking about the United States, whether we're talking about Europe, whether we're talking about the globe, is first and foremost having a Russia that will live within a rules-based system, will be a predictable partner, will be a predictable nation in the global ensemble. So when you have a Russia that at will decides that it can use force to take a chunk of its neighbor and can continue to use force to pressure that neighbor, where does it end? And where does it end if you allow that kind of behavior within the global system to go unchecked? As some have said, not only does the grass grow back over the global garden, but the whole jungle starts to grow.
Thank you. Marcin Terlikowski, Polish Institute of International Affairs. Madam Assistant Secretary, I would like to ask you about the readiness of U.S. to sustain its policy of military reassurance for the Central and Eastern European allies, because the response has been much appreciated, very much visible. And the question is whether, if the current policy of Russia continues, the US is ready to re-envisage its policy towards its military footprint in Europe, either in the constant on-rotational recurring military presence in the countries which are now on the flank of NATO. Thank you.
Well, the good news about the NATO reassurance mission is it's not just the United States providing visible presence on land, sea, and air, but it's now a NATO mission. As we like to say, 28 for 28. And we are beginning to see more than half of the allies offering assets moving forward. So we've agreed that we will keep this mission going through the end of 2014, and we'll reevaluate at our NATO summit in Wales whether conditions have improved such that we can scale back, or whether they have gotten worse such that we need to think about a longer timeline, or perhaps a different array of posture going forward.
Assistant Secretary, we have 5 minutes left. Let me take one here, please, and whoever's got the microphone here. 2 quick questions, please.
Madam Secretary, Eugeniusz Mar from Warsaw. A simple question. What would be the reaction of the US administration to the proposal that Russians are part of the peacekeeping force in Ukraine?
And who's got the microphone here, please?
I have.
Please, at the back.
You want
to take
go
two?
Ahead,
and
go
then,
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform in London. Just a quick question on the elections. If the elections on the 25th of May are as important as we think they are, is there more that we should be doing to ensure that they can go ahead in all parts of Ukraine? Because it seems pretty clear that Russian-backed forces are trying to disrupt them as much as possible and to delegitimize them by doing that.
Well, to the first question, it's hard for me sitting here to imagine a scenario in which the Ukrainians, either the government or the vast majority of the people, would invite Russian peacekeepers. And if they were not invited, if they invited themselves, then obviously they would not be welcomed by Ukraine, nor would they be welcomed by us, or I would hope, the majority of the EU states, if not all of them. So, we know this. We know this ploy. We've seen it before. You light the fire, then you come in as the fireman, and then you occupy the building. So that's what we need to prevent. That's what we saw in Abkhazia. That's what we saw in Istria. That's what we saw in Crimea. And we need to ensure that that is not where we end up with eastern Ukraine or the rest of Ukraine, indeed. With regard to the elections, absolutely critical. The OSCE, I think you know, is mounting one of the largest monitoring missions in transatlantic monitoring history, with some 1,000 observers. There'll be at least 4,000 Ukrainian local observers as well. The OSCE will put out another election spot report tomorrow, so I would encourage everybody to look for that. But our information from them, from the Ukrainians, as of today, were the election to be held today, it obviously can't be held in Crimea, although there'll be accommodations made for Crimeans who want to vote, and a number of them have already registered to vote outside of Crimea. It'll obviously be difficult in places like Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, but even in the vast majority of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, the Ukrainian government expects to be able to conduct elections. So then you have to go to the security conditions between now and then, and the hope and expectation that the separatists will be contained and there will not be a loss of more territory. But then it's all going to be about election day. It's all going to be about security on election day. It's all going to be about the Ukrainian people having not only the will and the interest, but the commitment in those places to say no to separatists and yes to expressing themselves individually through the ballot. And there's a massive get-out-the-vote campaign now. But all of us have an interest in individual Ukrainians choosing from the 20 people on the ballot or 23 people on the ballot, rather than having their choice stolen from them by separatists or at the barrel of a gun.
Final question. That word that President Putin used after the so-called referendums at the weekend, respect. What did you read into the fact that he said respect? Does that indicate a slight backing off in your view in Washington or not?
I think it remains to be seen. I mean, we don't judge President Putin by his words, we judge him by his actions. He used that word with regard to the Crimea referendum just before his peacekeepers went in, as I said, to occupy the building, so to speak. So one has to be cautious. What's most important is that the people of Donetsk and Luhansk get a chance to vote on May 25th, and we see what they have to say about their future.
Assistant Secretary, we've got to stop it there. Thank you very much indeed for sparing time to be here. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, I think I still want to ask my question.
Good.
You have opposition.
You're on. Okay.
Yeah, it's a live mic.
Yeah.
מה קורה? טוב לראות אותך. תודה.
Hi.
I'm not gonna start until you tell me to go.
Pop this open.
Speaking, so then. Okay, I'm all set to start now. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session today on Snowed In and looking at the balance between privacy and security. My name is Jason Healy. I'm with the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. I run their Cyber Statecraft Initiative, and we have a phenomenal panel today to talk about this issue. For excellencies who will share with us a few initial minutes of their thoughts on this issue of Snowed In and the balance between privacy and security. And then we'll be getting into questions and answers between the panelists themselves and then with you, the audience. The order that we've decided to go in is to start with Minister Carl Bildt, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, and certainly one of the most distinguished statesmen in Europe. We will then be going to Professor Shlomo Shapiro, the Director of Political Studies Department in Bar Ilan University in Israel, and previously the Director of the Israeli Government Ministry Security Unit, and he looks at intelligence, crisis management, cybersecurity, and social resilience. Then we'll be going to the Ministry of European Parliament, Representative Marietje Schaake, a Ministry of European Parliament, and has been really one of the most significant voices on these kinds of issues and looking at the digital society as well as specializing in issues with the United States. So a wonderful voice to have. And batting cleanup, we have Secretary Michael Chertoff. He is the co-founder of the Chertoff Group that looks at cybersecurity as well as other issues in Washington, D.C. and around the globe, and was also one of the first secretaries of the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, where he was able to look at both sides of this issue. Without further ado, Minister Bildt, would you kick us off?
Thanks very much. It's often the custom to start with some figures in order to try to understand the mind-boggling nature of the development that we are in the midst of, where we are moving into a hyper-connected world and hyper-connected societies, societies that are living in and dependent on the cloud. Just a couple of figures on what I think is the #1 development at the moment, that is the mobile data, the mobile broadband. We've been fixed with sort of the normal fixed internet, but is now going up in there in different ways. We had an 80% increase in mobile data traffic last year, 80. We have 2 billion people who are now subscribing to mobile broadband, 2 billion people linked up to technology that wasn't there 10 years ago. And estimates is that in a couple of years that will be 8 billion more than, as a matter of fact, because you can have several subscriptions, of course. Within 5 years on present trends, you will have 65% of the population of the world would have the possibility or will be covered by mobile broadband with higher capacity than that we have in the European Union today. 65% of the world will be covered by it. And of course, this links into the different data centers that are there. We have roughly 6,000 big data centers around the world, where you have tens of petabytes of information, a huge information. Roughly half of them in the United States, and half of them spread around the world. That is the realities of the world today. And I would argue that sort of the cyber politics is got to be for the 21st century what geopolitics was to the 19th century, knowing that geopolitics we thought had gone away. It just made quite a significant comeback, but cyber politics is going to be very big indeed. We are moving into what we call the Internet of Everything, and we are moving into the age of big data. This presents huge opportunities. I think it's one of the biggest instruments for economic and social development in the world today. The World Bank is doing the calculation that we have a 10% increase in broadband coverage. You have a 1% increase in the growth rate of that particular economy, for example, in Africa, where this is, and connectivity is now growing faster in Africa than anywhere else in the world. So opportunities are vast throughout the world. But of course, challenges are what we are going to focus on, and those are no less daunting. I would put the number one challenge that we have, the reliability of the systems. Since we are going to be so enormously dependent upon these systems, we have to be fairly certain about the reliability of them. If our economies, our health systems, our whatever, are dependent upon the networks and the cloud, then the networks and the cloud must work. There must be redundancy, there must be the safety, there must be the security, and at the end of the day, the state will have to have some sort of responsibility for this. There are the sort of related security issues of different sorts. The net is a reflection of societies, of all of the good and all of the evil that we have in society. Criminality is all over the place, and that needs to be fought on the streets and on the net. The same responsibility for the state. And we have, of course, states that are acting with the net, over the net. Subversion, attacks, cyber war. If we go to the extreme of it, we must be able to defend our societies as we defend them on the borders, as we defend them in the air. We need to defend us in the cyberspace as well. And then all of the privacy issues that have been very much highlighted recently by Snowden and by the discussion in different countries, and by the discussion that we are now having on the amount of data that is collected by the Googles or the Facebooks or the Netflix or whatever, and the commercial market that is there, particularly in the big data world that we are now entering. Discussions are vivid, and that is good, because there is a need for principles and a need for some laws. There's a discussion in the US on what to do with the NSA and what to do with the FBI. We have our discussions in Europe at the moment. The European Court of Justice just threw out the Data Retention Directive that had been decided whenever that was a couple of years ago, and which says that fairly similar to some of the debates there in the US, where you preserve all of the metadata. In the US, it's been done by the NSA. In our countries, it's by the telecom companies. We've been forcing them to do it. And then authorities can access this particular metadata under regulations that are slightly different in different countries. And now the European Court has thrown out the entire thing and say it doesn't meet the basic standards, and we have to go back to basics on that. And that will focus the debate quite a lot. This, in my opinion, makes it necessary to have some basic principles for state activities and state surveillance activities on the net. State surveillance activities are there on the net and will be there on the net forever. And I would say the state has a duty to some extent, a law enforcement duty. But in much the same way as that law enforcement duty in the normal society is heavily regulated by the law, it must be heavily regulated by the law on the net. And I have been in different international fora in Seoul and Sao Paulo trying to introduce a debate on some of the principles that I think should guide this. The legality and the proportionality and the transparency and the clarity on those particular rules. That's easier to do in open and democratic societies than in the closed societies. But that is not stopping us. And finally, just mention the last of the issues, and that is the governance issues of the net. The way we have this sort of this web or the ecosystem of governance of the net, which is now under challenge by regimes that try to grab power over the net because they want to grab power over the flow of information in their respective societies. And that's going to be another of the sort of big battles in the years ahead, to preserve and refine the existing system of governance of the net so as to prevent it from being grabbed by either big business or big states or other interests. It must be an open, multi-stakeholder system of governance.
And thank you for being so broad on that. Because it's one of my concerns when you saw this topic was snowed in as the lead-off. Because snowed in starts to put us in a US-UK government mentality when we're looking at privacy versus security. And you were broad enough to look at beyond that. And we were talking in the other room, we discussed it's not just governments, but if we're looking at privacy and security, we can think about privacy with respect to companies and with respect to others. It doesn't just have to be a national issue. I also especially liked your touching on the reliability of the systems. Because I think this gets very much lost if we are only focusing on the privacy versus security, then we're missing some of this larger discussion of the other kinds of governance that we need to make sure the internet is going to be, for want of a better word, sustainable, that it's going to be there and usable by our kids and grandkids like it was for us. One quick follow-up question. You had mentioned these principles, and I saw you talking about them in Seoul, by which national government intelligence should be, might be regulated, as a small R word. Has that been getting big? Has that been getting picked up, or are you starting to see more governments willing to talk about that?
Well, I think it has been picked up quite substantially. I mean, there are a lot of elements of it in the US debate. There are elements of it in the European debate, but I think more of that will come. Some governments have fairly stringent regulations how they conduct sort of intelligence activities. And as said, I mean, there's discussion inside the European Union now on the Data Retention Directive. Because it is two different debates. What is one debate in the US is two different debates in Europe. Because you have the NSA collecting metadata. We don't have our intelligence agencies really doing metadata to any large extent, to my knowledge. That is done for domestic security through this particular system. But metadata is really much more, I mean, that's a bigger privacy issue for the ordinary citizens really than a lot of the intelligence collection issues that are being discussed.
Great. Thank you very much. And since we're on intelligence here, it's a fantastic transition. Professor.
Thank you. Security and privacy is all about information. And information is fast becoming a key element in both political power and in military power. We have to look at the way the world the sources of world and global power transitioned over the last 2 centuries. In the 19th century, the key to political and military power was industrial capability. And industrial capability enabled a small rainy island, such as Britain, to occupy and rule a quarter of the universe, of the world. Industrial power then meant that smaller countries could rule over larger ones. It enabled to a great extent also colonialism, because one country had more industrial capacity than another. And then we moved to the first half of the 20th century. And then the source of military and political power were conventional military forces. And we can see that the best in the examples of the First and the Second World War, where conventional forces, of course, played a key role. Whoever had more tanks, more planes, more soldiers, and so on and so forth, sought to influence events in Europe, but also throughout the world. And then we have the Cold War. So for 30-odd years, the key to political and military power were nuclear weapons. Right up to the end of the 1980s, nuclear weapons played the role, a major role, in being the source of military and political power of influence. Everybody sought to have them. Those who didn't felt themselves as second-class countries, and so on and so forth. Then, when the Cold War was over, for the following 20 or 25 years until today, it was energy. Energy, fossil fuel, and other types of energies, which became a key element in political and military power, the ability to influence through energy events in other countries, in other regions. It is not a coincidence that most of the wars in the last 25 years were in or around the Arabian Gulf area, where most of the world's fossil fuels are concentrated. And now we are moving to the next phase, and that is information. The key to political and military power is information. And strong, large countries and countries which perceive themselves as global players or regional players collect this kind of information, metadata, big data, whatever you call it, but they see this as part of projecting their ability to influence. Now, nobody here, I hope, thinks that the United States was listening to the mobile phone of the German Chancellor Angela Merkel because they thought she's hiding some Al-Qaeda terrorists in her kitchen. Well, I checked in the kitchen, there were none. They are listening to their phone and possibly to a number of phones of people here in this room because they think they have something to gain, because it's part of projecting power. Collecting this type of information is becoming fast a rule of gathering power. And it's not going to stop, because the Americans perceive the advantages of collecting this kind of information as to be much greater than the protests of their allies. Basically, it's going to continue because they can get away with it. About a third of humanity, I estimate, is catalogued today by intelligence services of different countries. A third of humanity. Probably all of you here in this room. Are you worried about it? Maybe you are on a personal level, but on a political level, probably most of you are not worried. The information exists somewhere, but as long as there's no abuse of that information, nobody seems to be worried. And if we are seeking real privacy, you have to move to live in a cave in the Gobi Desert, because this has disappeared the way that typewriters disappeared to technology, the way that horse-drawn carriages disappeared, and they are simply not coming back. Future technologies which are being developed today are going to make the type of monitoring and surveillance of today in 5 years seem completely antiquated. I'll just give a few examples. Fingerprint recognition technologies, for example. Today you already have in your mobile phone or camera face recognition technologies, which 5-6 years ago intelligence services developed at the cost of tens of millions. Your phone can recognize faces now. It will soon be able to recognize and read fingerprints from far away. So if any one of you were to raise your finger up, and I can just see your finger for 1/25th of a second, which is one frame of a film, then technology will enable to recognize that fingerprint with great precision, as it does with your face, with the number plate of your car, and so on and so forth. That's just one example. Intelligence collection through nanotechnologies, manipulating ordinary items, ordinary materials, to be gatherers of information. If you will touch something, that's going to transfer information to somewhere else. This is not science fiction. These are technologies which are being developed today. Also, the whole issue of virtual identities, avatars in social networks. We are used to knowing our acquaintances because we meet them sometimes and we talk to them. But now many of you have relations with people you've never really seen in life. Do you know whether they really exist or not? Do they look like the picture they emailed you? Do they have the background of what they are telling you, and so on and so forth? Think about the creation of digital identities on a very large scale. A group of students made this experiment and tried to create non-existing people and insert their data into the databases of local authorities in order to be able to produce voting cards for local elections. In 3 countries, they were successful. So are we going to see a phenomena of impacting politics by non-existing people, by avatars, by digital personalities? It sounds crazy to you, but it will be realistic in 5 to 10 years. So we have to think about that already now. In the future, the distance between reality and virtual reality will blur. Of course, we will still be in reality, but digitally that distance will blur. What are the conclusions? I'd like to touch briefly upon 4 points. First of all, we need to redefine privacy to a more limited personal sphere-related concept. I don't want to be watched. That's not good enough. I will be. In Britain today, there are more CCTV cameras than there are citizens. Over 80 million actively only in Britain. So to say, I want to be private, I want to have privacy, that doesn't work anymore. Let's limit it. I will say maybe I don't want to be watched when I'm showering or when I'm in the toilet, you know, or when I'm having a nice romantic evening with my girlfriend. That may be acceptable. But privacy will have to be limited, and it's not going back. The world will not have privacy the way our grandparents had before. European governments and corporations must clearly take more defensive measures in order to safeguard their secrets. And this is an area that has been neglected since the early 90s, since the end of the Cold War. People said, well, the KGB is no more of a threat. We don't have this big bipolar world. Nobody's going to steal our secrets, and therefore we don't need to spend as much effort or money. Keeping your secrets is not expensive. It starts with a mindset. You have to think and define something as important enough to be kept secret. It's not a question of money. It starts over here. And we must develop ways, democratic ways, of controlling the information that is collected. Because stopping the collection of information, whether through regulation or whether through compliance, it's not going to work. Today, small high-tech companies started by 3 young guys do more information collection than large corporations like Microsoft or Google. And it will develop in the future because these technologies are not stoppable. It is a fact. The information is collected and being processed. Can we develop democratic means of controlling, at least preventing the worst abuses of that? One example that comes to mind is the nuclear proliferation regime. The technology for developing nuclear weapons has become slightly simpler and cheaper over the years. But the world has been clever enough to develop the type of norms and regimes and international organizations to some extent, to a greater extent, to regulate this spread of nuclear weapons. We need to do the same against the worst abuses of information warfare and information manipulation.
Thank you very much. And that's a very high bar on looking at the nuclear proliferation. There's a lot that I really like what you said, especially that now that information is now becoming the basis of everything, whether that's our own personal life, whether that's government power and national security power, as you emphasized, or corporate power. I think this has helped frame the debate, you know, especially if we go back to the snowed in the first part, or snowed under part of our title. And then I think I could see this a lot in Washington, D.C. The feeling of Washington, D.C. of this is espionage, this kind of thing had happened, without necessarily catching the sense that when it was only spy versus spy, it didn't affect things that you or I would touch as part of our daily lives. But now that information is so much part of what we do as our daily lives, these things that are now part of spy games, back and forth, are touching things that you and I touch, that all of us do as part of our normal lives, and that shifts it into a different context. I also like that you're talking about this power, because I've seen when we talk about cyber power, this mismatch or this mutual suspicion between the US and China. The US feels very vulnerable to Chinese cyber power because we see nonstop espionage, that the United States feels that we feel our throats are strategically bare to this Chinese espionage and that we are vulnerable. When we talk to the Chinese, you could see they feel similarly vulnerable because everywhere they look, they see America on the high grounds of cyberspace, looking down at them from the commanding heights, whether that's Microsoft or Google or IBM or NSA and the US Cyber Command. So moving on to the next panelist, Representative Shaka, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what we've heard so far.
Thank you. I think it fits in, but I want to go back a little bit more to the principles underneath this discussion. Oftentimes when there's talk about balancing freedom and security, it actually means that they are zero-sum, that if you add a little bit on the one side, you lose a little bit on the other. And I think we have to completely end that notion, and we should see them as integrally connected. But specifically the practices of the NSA, as far as we're aware, and of course there are most likely many, many others, but I'll use this case for the moment, is that you see with a lack of oversights, whether it's judicial or democratic, with a lack of transparency, with a lack of checks and balances, and with a capacity that has been accelerated so much by technological developments to have mass surveillance, bulk collection of data, we have to ask ourselves, where is the proportionality? And if you see practices like undermining security technologies like encryption, or using a market of vulnerabilities like zero-day exploits, then you really have to ask yourself, where is the beginning of this gathering of information and promising security and where is it actually being undermined. Because I think under the guise of 100% security, which is of course already a promise that no government can meet, and the guise of protection against attacks from the outside has actually led to a serious erosion of democratic principles from the inside. And that also threatens the promise of the open internet, which has political, social, economic potential. And I think the fact that the impact, as we now know, of these decisions are global also means we need global solutions. So I think we have to look for a set of rules or norms with which a number of stakeholders are involved in setting them, but also in adhering to them. And I'm just going to mention them as democratic principles for the moment. On the one hand, there are companies that have a huge potential for developing new business models and making lots of money. But with power, I believe, comes responsibility. There was the example of faking identities to influence votes. Imagine how easy it is to influence the outcome of elections with just altering search results in an engine that many, many of us use every day. The question is how to hold companies accountable, how to ensure there is sufficient transparency to know where vulnerabilities might be, and how to ensure that they are not overexposed. Especially now that governments rely on private actors for critical infrastructure, services that are used by entire societies every day, or for very serious security measures. Governments in this whole hyper-connected environment and given these new technologies, I think sometimes play a smaller role than they historically did, while they continue to bear ultimate responsibility for ensuring national security, but also for ensuring the fundamental freedoms of their populations and for protecting them from overstretch of either state or company, ensuring competition. And I think governments should really take their responsibility in ensuring that there is no cyber arms race or proliferation of tools that may be intended to ensure more security, but which in the wrong hands could really create a serious strategic risk. Now, consumers or citizens, depending on which angle you take in looking at them, are probably the ones that are snowed under, or the public value or democratic principles. Because it is easy to say we must make sure that there is no abuse or that there are no vulnerabilities or that there is no unauthorized access to their devices. But at the same time, we see so many examples, incidents really, that remind us daily of how vulnerable they are and thus how vulnerable we are. And at the same time, there's a great potential for citizens and internet users to connect across borders, to form horizontal networks with a huge bottom-up power that has great democratizing potential. And that's why I think the difference in approach that the NSA took between looking at gathering intelligence on US nationals and foreign nationals is really an artificial one. It's also insulting for allies, of course, like Europeans. But it is unjust and it creates risks that are economic, that are political, and that are strategic. Now, I think there is a need for more political leadership. Of course, being a member of European Parliament, I think the EU is in a unique position right now to take that leadership to fortify democratic principles and resilience of our systems and our open societies alike. There are other arenas where this fight is being played out. It was mentioned that in internet governance fora, states form unholy alliances seeking to speak about national security, but really to gain a more strong grip over the internet, to sometimes nationalize it like the Islamic Republic does, and we have to be very, very careful for that. But there's also the arena of the market. There is already an estimated loss of economic value and market share for Silicon Valley after the NSA revelations, and we see that, that there is a real development of a competitive advantage of ensuring privacy more strongly that citizens are also seeking in the services that they use. And lastly, another arena is, of course, the courts. We've had two very significant rulings of the European Court of Justice recently, one on data retention and the other only yesterday on the so-called right to be forgotten. Now, I'm sure that the last word about that has not been said, but it shows that with a lack of political leadership, a lack of ensuring that democratic principles are meaningful in the context of a hyper-connected environment, other arenas will take over. And it is, I think, upon us to show more leadership. A consequence of a public mistrust of the United States, but also of security measures as a whole, is a risk that is looming. Pew did a research that American citizens are worried about their own government intruding their private communications. And in the European Union, I see a broad concern also reflected in important negotiations such as on the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. Anyone who was worried about stronger US ties or about the environment or other issues now have a very good extra reason to be hesitant. So, to sum up, we have to look at what the implications are of alleged security measures on freedom and also on the credibility of open societies such as the United States globally. I mean, the whole promise of internet freedom that Secretary Clinton had is now quite a hollow one for activists in Egypt, in Iran, in Syria, who really worry that it was only an excuse to get a sense of what they were up to. So it is, I think, high time that we fortify democratic principles and give them more meaning, and that we show that security and freedom cannot be in some sort of balance, but that they should never be zero-sum. They're integrally related, essential for people, not just for systems or technologies or engineering, but really the people that we're dealing with. And not doing so creates strategic risks, economic risks, and is really unacceptable in the day that we live in.
That's fascinating, thank you. And it certainly, I think, fits in with a lot of people's experience in this room of understanding this relationship and seeing there's not necessarily a trade-off in that. I'd like to hear from Secretary Chertoff and then come back on this fortifying the democratic principles, because it's certainly something that's come up in the first three. Minister Bildt has talked about these 7 areas, looking at internet governance. Professor Spiro brought up you can't stop collection, you have to manage with democratic controls. But how to do that, I think, is going to be very important. And can we get enough mutual sense of transatlantic, what privacy means and what these standards are going to be able to do that in a way that works for each society as well and works between societies in this international space. With that, I think, Secretary
Thank you. Well, great provocative comments. I think this is a very hard set of issues. And as I'll try to explain in the few minutes I'm going to take at the outset, depending on which lens you use to look at the problem, you can come out with very different answers. So I don't want to minimize the challenge of dealing with these very important fundamental questions. Let me begin briefly by just trying to puncture a lot of the mythology about NSA. First of all, to say that NSA operates without oversight is really to misunderstand what happens. In fact, there is a court, a foreign intelligence surveillance court, that supervises all of the actions that NSA takes. And the program that got a lot of attention initially in the United States, which is the metadata program, is a program that was approved by the court. In fact, numerous judges approved it. Obviously, they're operating under U.S. law because the United States doesn't respond to European law. It responds to our Constitution and our right to privacy. And the program itself only collected the following data: outgoing telephone number, receiving telephone number, and duration of the call. They didn't even have the names of the subscribers. In order to get more information than that, there had to be an individualized basis to connect up that number, one of those numbers, to an ongoing investigation involving terrorism, and then you could go further, and the FBI would go and use various legal tools to get access to, for example, subscriber information or things of that sort. The utility of this program, by the way, is it allows you to determine whether someone who's making calls from a safe house in Yemen is talking to someone in the United States. And in fact, there's a, looking back on the period before September 2001, 9/11, it turned out that had this program or this capability existed prior to September of 2001, it would have been possible to learn that one of the hijackers who was in communication with a known bad telephone number overseas was actually in the United States. Without the program, you couldn't tell where that person was. So there's real value, but it's a very tightly constrained program. The second objection that's raised, and I understand a little bit about where this is coming from, is we don't extend the same privacy protections to non-Americans. But, you know, I think that's true of every nation in the world. Pretty much any nation of size has an intelligence service. Ask yourselves, what's that intelligence service doing? Because whether you're acquiring intelligence through electronic surveillance, or whether you're stealing it by sending a secret agent in to steal something, or whether you're cultivating an informant so you can get somebody to tell you things that are confidential about other countries, every country that has an intelligence service is doing that. If not, they ought to get rid of the intelligence budget because all they're doing is clipping the newspapers. When I came to Europe as a public official, if I was going to have a sensitive call, I understood I had to do that on a secure phone in a little tent-like structure that was designed to prevent people from being able to use external means to collect the conversations. I wasn't offended by it. I understood that even among friends there are things you want to know. Now, do you balance that? Are there certain things you don't do? Yeah, I think you do need to balance it, and there are certain costs involved. But anybody who tells you you can live in a world without spying and without intelligence collection, you know, I guess we shouldn't collect on Russia. And we shouldn't know what they're going to do, what their next plan with the Ukraine is. So I think that, again, to be realistic, this is part of the world. And, you know, there ought to be some sense of balancing the intrusiveness versus the importance of the information. But I think it's naive to believe that we're not going to have spying in the future. You know, back in the Bible, you know, Joshua was told by God, send spies into the land of Canaan. So this has been around with us for really thousands of years. But let me turn to what I think are three other issues that are in many ways less part of the debate, but I think fundamentally more important. First, on the issue of volume of data collected, I think the point that's been made here is absolutely right. We are collecting so much data now that we don't even fully understand all the information about us that is being kept and managed and analyzed. But here, it's not the government that's doing it. It is the private sector. Big data, the largest market capitalization for enterprises outside of the energy industry is now data companies. Companies that collect, analyze, assimilate data, and use it to market things to people. And if you think about not only conversations or emails, which are some of the companies actually do look at. For example, Google, if you use Gmail, will actually mechanically or automatically review the content of your email in order to determine whether certain keywords are there. If you combine that with locational data, data that's collected in supermarkets when you use a card in order to get a discount, but they now know what you're buying. There are going to be technologies that will allow your television set to determine whether you're actually looking at it. And all of this is not actually in the service of protecting us. It's simply to sell you stuff. So I think getting our head around that and what we want to do about that is going to be a major challenge. But as they say on American television, there's more. We have all become surveillance agents of each other. All are worried about Big Brother. I worry about Little Brother. When I walk down the street, and particularly because some people recognize me, sometimes people take my picture, or they ask to take a picture with me, or they might upload to their Facebook account that they met me and what I said. And this information is aggregated in a cloud by a cloud provider who, at least in the United States, has the capability and arguably the legal authority to look all across those various accounts, there we go, and assimilate that and develop a picture of what it is I do at 24/7 without ever asking my permission. And we're now at the point that we now have scandals where people record private conversations on cell phones and they upload it to YouTube, and now that becomes a basis to terminate someone's employment or in order to boycott a company. So as we start to complain about a surveillance state, we need to look at ourselves. We are becoming the most powerful surveillance agents in the world just as individuals. Third area, how do we deal with the issue of making sure the government doesn't over-intrude on the internet with the fact that we need to secure the internet? You cannot have privacy without security. What do I mean by that? Let's assume you have an enterprise, a business, or a government that makes promises or has a legal requirement that they cannot misuse your information. They've got to use it only for a particular purpose. That's great. What if someone can hack into the database, steal the information, and use it for some other reason? If the company can't protect its own data, then the privacy promise isn't worth the paper or the digital medium that it's written on. So privacy requires security. The government is in a critical position to play a major role in securing the internet. But we also know that different governments around the world have different ideas about what security means. In the United States, we think security means we don't want someone to steal your things or interfere with the operation of your machinery or your industrial control systems or to abscond with your credit card information or your money. In other countries, the idea of security is we don't want to have bad ideas or unpleasant political arguments on the internet, and they want to censor things. So how do we come up with a way of talking about securing the internet that allows us to keep bad people off the internet, but doesn't become a vehicle for censorship? Final thing, which I think has gotten conflated with some of the Snowden stuff, and as I think, frankly, a source of irritation between the Europeans and the Americans, really has nothing to do with the internet or spying. But it has to do with a problem that's been around maybe for centuries, and it's the conflict of laws. What do you do in a globalized society where people are operating in multiple parts of the world, but you have different legal regimes? And much of the complaining, for example, that actually emerged in the press about the United States had nothing to do with NSA. It had to do with the fact that in a civil case or a criminal case, if a US judge wants to issue a warrant or a subpoena and require information under the law, they're going to insist that any company that does business in the US turns that information over. And sometimes the enterprise feels it's subject to a conflict with laws back in the home country. But it's not just the US that does it. When European countries were investigating tax evasion involving Swiss bank accounts, they wanted to have the Swiss banks turn over that information. Now, did the Swiss say, sorry, you can't have the information? Well, if they did, the tax authorities or the judicial authorities in other countries insisted that that be turned over. Now, I don't have an easy answer for this because we do live in a world where you have multiple jurisdictions that have legal authority over what you do operationally and where you keep your data. And I do think it's important for us to figure out a way to reconcile these things so that we can have a legal system that obtains data that you need for serious and important matters, whether it's violent crime or economic crime, but also respect the fact that we do have somewhat differing ideas about what the standard ought to be. But again, I guess what I want to emphasize is this is not about spying. This is about courts. And I used to be a judge. And I tell you, judges in the US, when they give an order, they expect it to be followed, and I'm willing to bet that's true of judges in every other country represented in this room. So a lot to talk about and a lot of complications.
That is fascinating, and it'd be very interesting if we could look back 10 years from now and see how much of these incredibly important decisions in issues we're talking about here actually do get decided by the courts or companies rather than legislators or some of the other democratic processes that we're talking about here. We looked a little bit about the mechanisms and the governance. And so I'm going to ask one follow-up question in that, and then after that I'd like to start picking up questions from the audience. And talking about mechanisms, and especially Minister Bildt had talked about looking at reliability and resilience of the structure, because when we started looking at what structures we had, we loved for internet stability. We got ourselves into a finance sector analogy of 2008, and we had the financial meltdown. we realized we didn't have the governance to handle this kind of fast-moving international shock that could easily spread between countries, and you had contagion. You know, we had the G8, we had the IMF, we had the Bank for International Settlements in Basel. So at least there was a foundation, but it quickly got overwhelmed by the speed, the complexity, and national sovereignty. And we said, what would happen if we had an internet shock? You know, not just a configure or a heart bleed where you have to change your passwords, but one of those things that, like how the finance sector meltdown went from Wall Street to Main Street very quickly, that goes from a meltdown of certain companies. I mean, imagine if a cloud service provider has a Lehman moment. It's there with everyone's data on Monday and gone with everybody's data on Friday, and it's gone on Monday. We've so included the internet in our lives, as Minister Bildt talked about, that could lead to a cascading shock into real society. And at least for finance, we had the G8, we had the IMF, we had the Bank for International Settlements. Those weren't enough. So when we're thinking about these structures and how to deal with this, there's one, more problems than we tend to think about, especially if you're only focused in solely on privacy versus security. You know, this probably false trade-off. But also there are other models that we can look at for how we've handled some of this governance. This isn't completely new that we're looking at an international space where companies might where countries might feel that they have limited sovereignty when exposed to the full force of these international forces that are coming on. So everyone touched on these democratic principles of how we got that, how we might get past this. But I get the feeling like none of these were very easy. I mean, Minister Bildt, you had talked about these 7 areas that might dictate when we're looking at international espionage and spying. I'm curious, this is a general question to the panel, what other specific ideas have we seen that might getting us to this more democratic principles? You know, if we were going to say, all right, we're going to get together for the G20 later this year or the G20 in 2015 in Turkey, are there specific ideas that we can carry forward, if that would even be the same, you know, the right venue?
Well, I think we have a multitude of different international processes underway in order to look at these particular issues. But first observation, and you indicated, I mean, the dangers that are there. If there would be a meltdown of the net, there would be a meltdown of our societies. Yes. It is amazing how well this thing has functioned. I mean, go back 10, 15 years in time, it was all run by or managed by a couple of nerds. Out of California or Sweden, and I've been to some of their meetings, and I mean, you wouldn't recognize them as people of power. It was basically run by some nerds, and they set up the system under the so-called multi-stakeholder approach. It has worked amazingly well, and that is why when we are now discussing the governance issues of it, my basic instinct is, if it ain't broke, let it be. But we clearly must have more safeguards in it, of different sorts. I'm worried that those regimes that are talking the most about it, the Chinese and the Saudis and the Iranians to take Russians to take 4, their agenda might be, to put it in those terms, slightly different from ours in terms of what they want to achieve. When we talk about stability, we mean stability of the existing system. When they talk about stability, they speak primarily about the stability of their regimes. And that has different implications. But I do think that the one good thing that might have come out of this Snowden thing is that we get more of a discussion on the principles, because clearly we need to have certain standards and certain principles regulating state behavior on the net. We should also be aware of the fact that there's state responsibility on the net. A state has a responsibility to protect its citizens, offline and online. But it must be heavily regulated. And the citizens of the respective countries must be confident that that system takes into account the basic values of the society. That is not the case at the moment. And that we must sort out.
And I'd like to go to Representative Schlager to see if you had any comments on that, or if not, then I had one follow-up question.
So I think one of the key questions is, how does the territory of the nation state, jurisdiction of the nation state, relate to this hyper-connected reality. And I think Mr. Chertoff made a very important point by saying a judge should rule, and this implies that there are rules, and the reality is that there's often a legislative or a legal vacuum. And that if there are laws, United States with a currently, and this is what I want to note with emphasis, currently disproportionately powerful market in technology companies that allows the United States law enforcement to have extraterritorial impact over lots of citizens all over the world. Imagine that this may change, that you have to wonder how to protect your citizens from the extraterritorial impact of some Asian countries' laws with very different values than your own. So we have huge vacuums domestically. For example, I'm thinking about we have no regulation on export controls of some systems and technologies that are heavily intrusive, mass surveillance, hacking, etc., that we sell all over the world that are made in Europe and that come back as a boomerang, both when it comes to human rights violations and to our strategic interests. I'm thinking about the issue of negligence of companies. Mr. Chertoff rightfully said, for the business models of some of these companies, data collection is very important. This creates potential vulnerabilities with a public impact. If we don't have laws of what is negligence, what are the consequences, should there be a reporting obligation, then we have nowhere to start to hold people accountable. The same with weakening encryption for intelligence services to have access. I'm sure that was not written in any law because perhaps the laws were made when encryption technologies did not exist. And so we're talking about rapidly changing, rapidly developing technologies with much slower decision making, especially when it's democratic, domestically or per nation state, let alone coming to these international norms that I think we all believe are necessary. But the complexity of that, involving all those stakeholders, agreeing on these norms, looking at how to enforce them, it's a massive challenge, but it's the one we have to tackle because before we know it, balances are shifting even further, risks are getting even larger, and I'm not ready to just say, well, technologies will develop as they do. We can still set norms based on values and accept that there may be competitors who are willing to go further than we are, but at least to set an example of stopping this race to the bottom.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've got a big follow-up on that, but let me hear from the two of you. And,
I was going to just...
As you have answered, I'm particularly interested in if there are ways that we can not get so caught up on our own fight between Europe and the United States that others carry the field. That's a general question for the panel as we go forward. I didn't mean to take that over.
I guess I would say, I think we all agree this is a challenge we have to tackle. I agree with Minister Bildt. I think this is an area where less is more, and you have to be very careful about trying to construct a system that's going to generally answer all these questions. I suspect the solution to multiple elements of the problem will be a series of solutions that are built over time, kind of like what we call the common law method, where you kind of empirically test something, see if it works, you try to develop a rule to govern a certain set of cases, but you don't try to boil the entire ocean in a single pot. One of the reasons is because I think we have to be very careful not to confuse probably what is in this room, the almost universally prevailing view of freedom and the way people ought to be able to communicate their ideas freely. We ought not to confuse that with the ideologies shared by other parts of the world. And I don't just mean governments. There are parts in the world, where there are ideologies or religions that take the view that actually freedom of speech is not a high value, that not challenging or defaming or disrespecting is the higher value. So the idea that somehow the whole world is going to come along with us on the progress to a free speech utopia, much as the West might believe that's where we're headed, I think is not an accurate assessment of where the world is. And we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with that fundamental disagreement, I think, about some of the principles of civil rights and civil liberties. But there are some areas I think we can achieve agreement, and maybe the most urgent ones, and I think the minister mentioned this as well. As worrisome as it is that the internet can be a basis for collecting information or stealing things or defrauding people, What worries me the most is the fact that many of our physical control systems are now part of the internet. And the Internet of Everything, I mean, they do experiments now. You can remotely control an automobile. You can, apparently, at least in the lab, remotely interfere with a pacemaker or an insulin pump if it's wirelessly connected to a monitoring device. We're talking about having a smart grid where all the power and the electricity is connected through monitoring stations. That can be hacked into. You know, we run the risk, and this may be happening right now, that part of what will be war making and the doctrine of international conflict will involve attacks in cyberspace. We saw it in Estonia in 2007. We saw it in Georgia in 2008. We ought to take a closer look at what's going on in Ukraine. We need to be very careful to have rules of the road about what is off limits, even in warfare in cyberspace, just like we do under Geneva in physical space. And that's an area where I actually think you probably can start to begin to build some common rules, and where I think the failure to do that could result in an absolutely catastrophic outcome.
Yeah. And it was one of those areas, before I go to Professor Spiro, that 2013 saw two huge trends. One of the trends that we're here to talk about, we learned through Snowden and others exactly what was happening, the Iranian attacks on US banks, on spying, and we saw all of this covert cyber conflict and espionage, and that seemed like the main trend. But there's another large trend in what Secretary Chertoff is talking about here, where you saw governments getting together and really coming up with some agreements. US-China meeting at the presidential level, US-Russia meeting at the presidential level, UN group of government experts, 15 countries getting together and agreeing that international law does apply, including Geneva and Hague Conventions. Some very important ground was covered that should be very important and frankly very familiar to this audience. So I think it's going to be up to seeing what happens in 2014 and 15 and to see which of those two trends, this increasing conflict and espionage or this increasing agreement between governments, is going to be the more important trend. Professor Spiro.
I think the need for more international cooperation and international agreement on this stems from the fact that the digital revolution has made two of our most important elements in security obsolete, and that is deterrence on one side and law enforcement on the other. Much of the security of our societies is based on law enforcement and based on deterrence. If you do something bad, the police and the courts will put you in prison. And on an international scale, if one country does something bad to the other, then the other may retaliate. The whole concept of deterrence and law enforcement have broken down. They are useless in the global world, in the cyberspace. How can you deter activities of 2 or 3 kids on the other side of the universe? You know, today, 3 kids in North Korea or 5 in India or wherever pose perhaps more of a threat than the nuclear weapons of a superpower 30 or 40 years ago. You can deter the activities of a country, of a nation, but how can you deter a bunch of people? And moreover, how can you deter a bunch of people who are already willing to die in any case, as some terrorists are? They don't care about losing their lives. How can you deter them even from not using the most extreme weapons in cyber warfare? Law enforcement, by nature, is regional. You have the London police and probably the Bratislava police or the US FBI and so on and so forth. Law enforcement has always been regional. But how can law enforcement act when the perpetrators of a theft of some money here in Bratislava are actually in Cameroon or in northern Nigeria? On the other side of the universe, on the other side of the world, with a completely different set of laws, or possibly no set of laws whatsoever. We see the problem in a small scale in the piracy off the coast of the Horn of Africa, but this kind of piracy is actually in cyberspace very prevalent. The hijacking of files, the changing of files, the blackmailing of companies for their encryption of their own information, and so on and so forth. So tools that we had, deterrence on one hand and law enforcement on the other, are becoming fairly useless. And we need to work together, government to government, in order to find new methods of deterring.
Great. Can I get my microphones up front, please, for the first question here, and then the second question back here? John Reed. Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. Declaration of interest. I have worked for some years with Michael Chertoff when he was Homeland Security Secretary and I was Home Secretary, and now is a partner in the Chertoff Group. Not surprisingly, I kind of agree with him. That's because he's independently reached the same decision as I have. I want to say something a little bit controversial, but it actually follows on from what Shlomo says. Precisely because cyber renders, cyberspace renders all inherited legal frameworks, indeed to some extent sovereign nature of states, more or less redundant, and deterrence doesn't work, and 3 billion people have been empowered symmetrically, that is not an argument against global surveillance. That is an argument for global surveillance, because if you don't have deterrence, and you can't deal state to state diplomatically, then only global surveillance begins to give you a warning in order to protect people. And that's the sort of controversial position. I want to challenge the assumption in the panel, well, at least most of the panel, that Europe, the peoples of Europe are seething with anger and worry that the states in which they're a member are carrying out surveillance. I do not, that is not my personal experience over 30 years working at the ground. And let me give us an example, the quote that was used by Shlomo that appointed the massive number of CCTV cameras in Britain, 80 million. Let me tell them why they're there. They're there because of the demand for local people, particularly in areas where politicians don't live, where there is high crime and disorder, to protect themselves, their sons and their daughters. So the main point I make is there is an awareness among people of the need for surveillance in order to give security. However, it is also true that you have to have oversight based on principles, and this is my second contention. Those principles certainly exist in the United Kingdom. They're very simple. If you want to know who's writing to whom, or who was phoning whom, then you have to do it under one set of legislation. If you want to know what's in the letter, or what the content of the phone call was, it's a more stringent legislation. And on top of that, you have 4 levels of scrutiny, from Parliament through to the Home Secretary to Information Commissioners. So it is true that that will need to be updated. It is true, as Carol says, there hasn't been the awareness and discussion that there ought to have been, but it is not true that the principles do not apply, and we're trying to update them. And then I'm going to sneak in a question. The dog that didn't bark is called Snowden. And this question is quite simple. Are we safer after Snowden's revelations, or are we less safe? When I say we, I mean the people in the United Kingdom who have suffered quite a number of terrorist plots and unfortunately lost terrorist lives, all of which have been on an international basis and involved international communication.
And I don't want to lose your first point, and the second one's going to be back there. The first point of, are the worries so much in this interconnected world that the interconnected surveillance is the main way out? And to me, I think Professor Shapiro touched on this a little bit, of saying that if collection is ubiquitous, then trying to put controls on collection are a fool's errand. I'm sorry, it's a paraphrase. And how you handle that information once it's collected. And I think that's compatible with your contention that if the collection is universal, then you've got to rely on collection not just to keep us safe. Maybe I'm trying to cross things, but I wanted to take that point first before I got to your Snowden point. Does anyone want to pick up that first one, that more surveillance is going to be more important?
No, I just want to pick up the very last question, which I think is from the political point of view an important one. Are we more or less safe because of this? I was thinking about what's the answer. I think the answer would be we are probably more safe, but a lot of people feel less safe. And that's a democratic problem in itself. That the revelations of something that some of us might have been very much aware of, but lots of people were not aware of, and might have been carried far too far in certain cases, make people scared and make people afraid. and make people uncertain and make them feel unsafe. So even if in a physical way, more safe against terrorists and more safe against crime, in another political way, they feel less safe. And this we must sort out. It's a democratic problem in our societies. And it's a question of getting the understanding of these things, and some of them are exceedingly complex. I mean, there are very few lawmakers, be that in the European Parliament or in the national parliaments, that understand the complexity of the issues. The US Congress the same. And there's even more confusion in the public. And the more public debate that we get over these issues now, the more would it be possible to bridge this particular gap, so that people understand that some things are necessary to make them safe, but they should feel safe as well, because that's also a value in a society.
I mean, I agree with what Carl said, and I think that you know, there are a couple of dimensions to this. First of all, a lot of what Snowden's put out is exaggerated or out of context or just flat out wrong, and in fact, they've had to correct some of it. So that, of course, is part of the problem. Beyond that, though, some of the issues he raises were actually out there and debated in 2004 and afterwards, and nobody paid attention. It reminds me, I used to, when I was in office, I used to say if I really wanted to get something to the front page of the newspaper, if I went out and gave a speech, it was like page 9. But if I wrote it out and I wrote draft on it, and I had someone give it to a reporter as a leak, page 1. You know, part of the problem is that there was information out there that anybody who was reading the paper would understand, generally speaking, what we do, but nobody wanted to pay attention to it. And then once it's leaked, and it's a scoop, now everybody gets on top of that. That being said, I do think that we probably should make at least the general standards of what we do more transparent. I think there was a little bit of a tendency in the intelligence community to keep everything quiet, and if one person had an objection, everybody kind of conceded. And I think there's a cost to that. I think that, you know, if you look at the legal opinions, for example, that have been declassified, I don't think those opinions compromised operations. I think actually when you read them, you go, wow, these judges really, you know, analyzed what was being done under the American legal standard, and it's thoughtful and it makes sense. So I think in that sense, we've sometimes been our own worst enemy by being more obscure than we need to be.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to challenge this notion that more surveillance is going to lead to more security. It may just as well, with the same systems, lead to more vulnerability. Imagine if somebody goes into those CCTV data and what information they then have. And knowing the fact that governments rely on private actors over which they have very little oversight to perform all these kinds of mass surveillance tasks, I think we should be very careful with what road we're going down on. And it's simply not true that it cannot be stopped. There are parameters within which you could say, you know, how secure the data has to be, how it should be secured, how long it should be retained, under what circumstances, what is proportionality, what is probable cause. I mean, I think our open societies distinguish themselves from others in not doing certain practices by governments or others vis-a-vis individuals, because we believe that the open society has superior qualities for people's liberties, and we have to preserve them. And we should not just look at the angle of how mass surveillance is possible and how it could be used to make people feel more safe. There's a danger in that, because it could actually make them more vulnerable. And I think that if a couple of kids in any given country can so easily access our systems and make our systems vulnerable, then we have to make our systems more resilient. I mean, we cannot just accept this as a flow of technological development against which rules and governance cannot do anything at all. I mean, let us dig a little bit more deeply in assessing these problems.
That's really interesting. And one of the voices that's not here, and I'm going to take these two questions at the same time and get the response from the panel. One of the voices that we don't have here today is really the voice of the technologists. And because I've got a twirly mustache, I'll pick up their voice. But it would be when we have those conversations, you end up in a very different kind of conversation, because there are some of the uber nerds that Minister Bill had talked about that are in the middle of debate of saying, how much do we have to care what governments actually want of us? There's most famously, this had come out something like 20 years ago by John Perry Barlow, and saying, look, here's an internet manifesto, and the stuff that you governments do don't apply to us here in cyberspace. We are different, we have our different rules, and if things are bad here, we will be the ones to fix them because you don't have standing in this place. And it'll be I think it's going to be an interesting trend that a lot of what we're discussing here in this city over the next couple of days is coming from the assumption that sovereignty matters. And there's a group of folks out there that are saying sovereignty doesn't need to matter. And as a matter of fact, are trying to invent themselves out of sovereignty to some degree. And so we must always keep that in mind of saying, all right, if governments of course we're going to matter, but that isn't necessarily proven in this area. Let me get these I'm going to get your question, then I'm going to get this question, and then we'll get the answers from the panel. Please, sir.
My name is Ahmed Shahabuddin. I work with the Huffington Post, with HuffPost Live. And because we're talking about consequences and the importance of government cooperation, I'm curious, after the Snowden revelations, it was very clear that, whatever you want to call it, friends spy on friends, allies spy on allies. But last week there was a report that Israel had spied on the US or was continuing its spying, and it was called by Newsweek, according to various Obama administration officials, sobering, terrifying, alarming, and to use a line that both President Obama and Prime Minister Netanyahu have used, that it crossed, quote, red lines. Of course, I find red lines to be inherently problematic when we use them to discuss international politics. But my question very quickly is, when we talk about trying to do something and trying to have consequences, why is there this alarmist surprise from Obama administration officials in this particular instance? And what does this suggest about the lack of any accountability when any government is found to be spying on another government, let alone if they're allies?
And I'll look to Secretary Chertoff and Professor Shlomo to kick off answers on that. Can we get the microphone here next, please?
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. My name is Stefan. I'm from CERN. I'm one of your technologists here. I'm protecting my organization. And when I protect my organization, I did the risk assessment. So my question is very straightforward. In installing 80 million CCTVs, in making mass surveillance and big data analysis in huge computer centers, or in weakening encryption protocols, is this giving overall a benefit compared to the threats we are trying to protect against?
Yep. And actually, I saw one over here. I'm going to take all three questions. The woman all the way on the left end, and the microphone's coming here.
Thank you. My name is Farid Allagi. I'm from Libya. I'd like to ask Mr. Michael. Now, I have been hearing you, listening to you. Now, with all the information, the power, the intelligence, I wonder why you have not been yet able to identify who were the killer of the American ambassador in Benghazi up to now, and we get so much confusing information that maybe they know and they don't want to use it, they are holding it. So this is my first question. Secondly, the dictator Gaddafi controlled us for 42 years with the Western technology. So when I hear principle, ethics, governance, democratization, where is business from this? So in my opinion, I think now, after listening to you very carefully, after living in Libya under the new Qaeda and the new Taliban and the new Afghanistan and the new radicals, and looking to what the EU is trying to do, the Americans are trying to do, the friends of Libya, big failure. We don't know. Is it hypocrisy? Is it lack of information?
And let me get the answers, because I'm getting the 3-minute signal here from Daniela. So let me start getting the answers. And we had a few. Thank you for the questions. Secretary Chertoff, there were kind of maybe
a few for me.
And
if I forget one, remind me. So on the issue of this latest report about the Israelis spying on the Americans, I can't speak for the administration. I don't know why they said they're shocked. I mean, as you all know, Jonathan Pollard I don't know, it's about 20 years ago, was convicted of spying for Israel at 30 years and is in jail and will probably remain in there. You know, there is a certain amount of spying even among allies, partly sometimes because allies worry that other allies may perhaps be wavering or may have a different agenda, and you know, it is what it is. On the second question was about risk balancing. I think that's the right answer. I happen not to have a problem with CCTVs. I don't see much downside. But for example, this is a personal opinion. On the issue of weakening encryption, my own view is it's a bad idea to weaken encryption generally, simply to make it easier to break into things. If you feel you need, from an intelligence standpoint, to break into something, you ought to develop the ability to do it. You shouldn't weaken the standard generally. So I do think you ought to balance these things. Now, maybe others would draw the line differently. On the point about Libya, you know, there's a lot of controversy in Washington now about Benghazi. I have no intention of stepping into that nest of hornets. But I think more generally, it's a broader set of issues. I think that there are I have no sympathy for Gaddafi, and his elimination from a moral standpoint was a positive for the world. Whether doing it as and when it was done strategically made sense, I think, is a different question. Yeah. Particularly when you wonder whether the lesson to countries, for example, like Iran, is that when you give up your nuclear weapons, the West comes and kills you. So I do think, or not nuclear weapons, but nuclear program. So I do think, again, we need to, if there's one message I take out of this conference, is we need to be very strategic in thinking about the various ups and downsides of almost any step you take, either in the virtual world or the real world.
Yeah. And I think your points on what the companies were able to, what tyrannical governments are able to do with Western technology fits in very well with your points on the democratic controls and how do we do this. I'm getting from Daniela. So let's finish up with closing points. There are a few other points that I might clean up with at the end, but let's go ahead and I think. Why don't we go?
I think I've said enough, I think so I'm going to surrender my time.
Okay, I'm going to try to answer your questions and sum up, because it really boils down to the things that I've already mentioned. It is very clear that we already live in a hyper-connected reality. What we do in one place can have a ripple effect into unknown places, coming back as a boomerang. And it creates both threats and opportunities. Let me also stress the opportunities, because I don't want to just emphasize the risks, but it is sometimes necessary. So I think it creates, for lack of better terms, some sort of a global constituency, where people in Libya know who provided the surveillance technologies to their dictatorship, or in Egypt, or in Syria, or in other countries all over the world, where we also have a young generation which could use the internet for improving their lives, their freedoms, their opportunities, and this could also reflect on values in which we lead by example. So one of the things that I mentioned, and I think has to do with concrete policy measures that can start setting a norm and be enforced, is export controls. I don't think it is justified that we have no regulation except for sanctions on some excessive cases where we don't even export foods anymore either. We don't have regulation about technologies that can have a huge impact all over the world, and we already see proliferation. And I think it means, this global hyperconnectivity and the impact everywhere, that we have to think about the legitimacy of measures, not only at home, but how they are seen elsewhere and how that has a strategic impact. So I think that should be part of kind of a not only technical threat assessment, which I think is important, but also strategic assessment. So I do think we have to lead by example and do that much more ambitiously. All of the things the gentleman from CERN said, I agree with. I think that those are very important points to make, and that it is not about a balance. And I think that the question about whether or not weakening encryption protocols has strengthened or weakened security is a key question, and we have to ask ourselves, who's going to answer it? Who is accountable for doing it? Is anyone ever going to be held accountable according to any law by any judge? And I'm afraid the answer is no. And this is precisely the problem that we have to address. These are very far-reaching consequences of decisions by very few. And it has economic impact, strategic impact, security impact, political impact. And we are not even close to a framework of dealing with these kinds of major problems.
Okay. Thank you. Professor?
Regarding the question that was asked by the audience, I'm always very positively entertained by the extent that fiction authors like to attribute to the activities of Israeli intelligence. A year ago, a tourist woman was bitten by a shark in Sharm el-Sheikh in southern Sinai, and the Arab media was full of reports that this shark was sent by the Mossad in order to destabilize tourism in Egypt. A few months later, a bird carrying a ribbon with the inscription Tel Aviv University came down somewhere in Turkey, and Turkish authorities blamed the Israeli intelligence for carrying out surveillance over their territory using birds. So I think the veracity of these reports coincide with the reports you were talking about, and it's funny that,
no,
that you mentioned that, but
I'm sorry, we're over time. You can follow up afterwards.
I was very much touched by what the lady from Libya said. She has lived under dictatorship, to some extent sponsored by the West and by Western technology and by Western surveillance methods and systems. Do UK citizens feel safer with so many millions of cameras? I think that they feel less safer today, but the cameras are undoubtedly important in bringing perpetrators of crime to justice. So they do fulfill a certain clear role. There is a price, there is a trade-off. The question is, where do we draw the line? Some surveillance is very important and useful. Others would bring us to the brink of abyss. Where do we draw the line between digital democracy and digital dictatorship?
Thank you, that's a great point. Thank you, Professor. Minister?
Well, continuing on the sort of CCTV debate, which I think is an interesting one and illustrates a couple of things. Here, I mean, that was probably set up under the sort of, begun under the period of sort of, you have a couple of CCTVs and then you have an IRA bomber blowing up something in the city of London and you find the person afterwards. Fine. That was the old analog world. But now we are in the digital world. When you take analog data into the digital world, you can do a lot of things with them. And you can store them, and you have algorithms and signal processing. So we're entering completely unknown territory on what can happen with all of that data. Add to that the security of that data, who can access it and who can use it. So it raises fundamentally different questions from the ones that were there when the system was set up. The same with this metadata discussion that we're having in Europe, which makes me somewhat nervous. Because go back to metadata in the beginning. Well, it was the billing information of the telecom companies, more or less. Now you can find a lot of things by metadata, and then the big data knowledge of that. So it might have started with something, with new technologies, it becomes something different, and it changes the parameters of the debate. On security, let's just protecting our secrets. I think two lessons. We need to be better at defining our secrets. It might be that not that much is or needs to be truly secret in our societies. So define it better and then protect it. Then protect it. I think in certain states, governments, societies, one has tended to say that virtually everything is secret. That's not good, and it's not possible to protect. And final comment on Libya and other things. One of the dangers here is in terms of intelligence activities that there's the illusion that you collect a lot of information and you understand everything and policy goes to perfection. Well, if you assume that NSA is collecting the most information about everything in the world for the sake of the argument, do we see the ultimate wisdom expressed in every aspect of US policy? No, we don't. Sometimes it's more useful to read a history book than to read all of the intelligence collected by the intelligence agencies. So there is, at the same time as we have this enormous possibility of collect information, we don't really have the possibility sometimes to understand what we collect. And sometimes we need to have somewhat of a distance to this as well when it comes to being policymakers.
Excellent wisdom from the panel. Thank you very much. My closing comment, I really like the comment from CERN, who said he did these vulnerability assessments. In the cybersecurity field, that's called a red team. One of my favorite quotes, I recently did a cyber conflict history book, and my favorite quote said, "Few, if any, security controls can stop a dedicated red team," from someone like him in breaking in. That quote was from 1979. So over 35 years, the bad guys have had the advantage. So to close this panel, think out how many decades, how many more years we can get with the bad guys keep having an advantage. Are we going to keep building these systems? So what we think of this trade-off between privacy and security, or this potential trade-off, could be in a radically different place in a few years if we hit that tipping point, where it turns out there's more predators than prey in the system, especially if it turns out that governments are spending more time trying to be the most voracious predator rather than protecting the rest of us from being prey. So, fortunately, we have a great defense, and it's fantastic people like this that are helping keep us safe and thinking deep thoughts. Please let's have a hand for them and for yourself for all your work and questions. Thank you.